Kyrgyzstan.
Огромное, уважаемые коллеги, позвольте поприветствовать. Для нас огромная честь и удовольствие проводить экономический форум. Если позволите, я начну. Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые коллеги, позвольте мне приветствовать всех участников экономического форума СПЕК ООН и выразить благодарность исполнительному секретарю экономической и социальной комиссии для Азии и Тихого океана госпоже Армида Сальси Али Шахбана и исполнительному секретарю Европейской экономической комиссии ООН госпоже Ольге Алгаеровой, а также сотрудникам субрегионального отделения СКАТа для Северной и Центральной Азии за организацию мероприятия СПЕКа. В соответствии со сложившимися обстоятельствами наша встреча проходит впервые за всю историю деятельности СПЕКа в режиме видеоконференции. Но я искренне надеюсь, что уже в ближайшем будущем ситуация с пандемией коронавирусной инфекции COVID-19 кардинально изменится и станет возможным проведение встреч в привычном очном формате. Мировое сообщество оказалось уязвимым перед новым вызовом в виде пандемии коронавируса COVID-19. Наша республика не стала исключением. И в этой связи хочу выразить странам-партнерам и международным организациям признательность
for the assistance and help in our combating COVID-19. Let me say that Kyrgyz Republic will pay further attention to the development of cooperation with speaker countries. And the important issue is to coordinate and join efforts in order to overcome COVID-19 consequences, as well as important is sharing experience and taking recommendation and steps to protect population in fighting the pandemics. So the complexity is not only to fight the pandemic, but to overcome its consequences and to provide for the recovery in the region. COVID-19 pandemic and the follow-up crisis showed real economic situation in our country and other countries of Central Asia, as well as the real level of interaction between the countries in various integration associations and organizations. But at the same time, we have to overcome accept and overcome the challenges set before us. Taking into consideration the existing context, we have to pay attention to the following areas. First, as you may notice, specifically in the pandemic conditions, the most clear became that e-commerce provides competitive advantages to international trade under conditions of lockdowns and quarantine and the emergent situation. Electronic deliveries and supplies got rather broad dissemination and in Kyrgyz Republic. Today, e-trade presses out standard and regular trade, thus penetrating into the economy and becoming an efficient mechanism of redistribution and streamlining the market. Fast growth of new segments and the striving of the owners of the new segments are being transformed, demonstrating that electronic trade gets broad opportunities. Therefore, we would like to stress on the development of cooperation in the digital community, thus developing new areas, thus taking consideration between the lack of balance between the flows of trade. We have to pay attention to the mirror cooperation. Therefore, streamlining and facilitation of mutual trade should be tackled, as well as identifying barriers in trade. Second, COVID-19 pandemic showed the importance of the development of transport infrastructure. And the situation in the world uncovered a lot of economic issues that require joint efforts and coordinated efforts of all international organizations and countries. Among others, much importance is paid to enhancing efficiency of international transport corridors, optimizing activities of governmental entities and companies involved into the process of developing transport and communication systems. Lockdowns and closure of borders, other limitations set forward by countries in order to combat COVID-19 led to disruptions in goods supplies and citizens' mobilities, which deteriorated country situation, specifically speaker landlocked countries. In this regard, I would say that construction of China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan railroad construction will become a new route which will connect our countries with southern, northern, western, eastern routes. COVID-19 complications should not lead to disruptions of operational supply chains. So forced closure of ports should not be preclude carrying goods from our countries to other international routes and destinations. Much attention is paid to the coordination and interaction of the countries, taking consideration that we are still combating COVID-19 pandemic. So green corridors should be established for unhindered passing of export and import of socially important and significant goods, medical preparations, and appliances in border control points for speaker countries. Fourth, development of communication and telecom technologies are one of the key factors of acceleration and facilitation of sustainable development, thus attaining all SDGs. Within digitalization of the country, creation of communication information infrastructure should be viewed as one of the most important factors of recovery, of economic recovery, supporting intellectual creation of the society. Full-fledged use of digital technology is a key element of the policy, thus passing through across all national priorities of economic development of the country. COVID-19 outbreak identified a lack of sustainability in many sectors, including IT sectors. And when the global demand is falling, enterprises invest into digital solutions that allow to recover during pandemic and after it. COVID-19 outbreak also made a lot of people stay at home, thus studying and working there. And many enterprises are now working in online mode. Cybersecurity and protection of personal data is of much significance right now, and this uncovered necessity of cooperation in combating such type of crimes. Approaches to the virtual space should not be a barrier to joint work. The pandemic led to mass introduction of digital technologies into regular life. It is quite obvious that the changes that are just a result of the pandemic will be of unprecedented nature. Distinguished colleagues, of course, the results of the forum work and sharing experience between the participants would allow our countries to sufficiently broaden the spheres of multilateral and bilateral cooperation, and for the good of all population of all the countries. In conclusion, I would like to say, to thank the organizers of this meeting and to express my gratitude to the experts of the parties which take part in preparing materials for this event, and most important, to stay safe and to be healthy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sanjar Kurdogadoevich, for your welcoming remarks and for your interesting proposals.
Give the floor to Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Ali Shagbana. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Excellency Mr. Sanjar Mukanbetov, Minister of Economy of the Kyrgyz Republic and the current chair of the United Nations Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia, or SPECA. Excellencies and distinguished delegates from SPECA member countries, Ms. Olga Algayerova, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Ex-Secretary of UNECE, Mr. Ozonia Ogielo, UN Resident Coordinator in Kyrgyzstan, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the United Nations Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia, or SPECA, Economic Forum 2020. I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Kyrgyzstan for chairing this year's SPECA Economic Forum. The SPECA member states, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, are landlocked developing countries in our region. These economies are already facing several development challenges and systematic vulnerabilities due to lack of direct territorial access to the sea and geographical isolation from the international markets. In the pre-COVID-19, the SPECA member states were not on track to achieve several sustainable development goals. In particular, these member states were experiencing reverse trends in several of the SDG, including gender equality, or goal number 5, sustainable cities and communities, goal number 11, climate change, goal number 13, and preserving life on land, goal number 15. With the unfolding COVID-19 crisis, there is a major concern to the advancement of the 2030 agenda. The socioeconomic crisis is further exacerbating the well-being of over 123 million people across the 7 SPECA member states. In this context, it is evident that member states need to work together to undertake swift policy actions in addressing the unprecedented socio-economic crisis. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me focus on 4 policy issues for your further deliberations and consideration. First, enhance regional transport connectivity to build resilient supply chain. By enhancing regional connectivity, member states can transform transport systems and services to follow a low-carbon development path. These policies are important instruments to increase the share of clean energy and adopt innovations within their respective national contexts. Furthermore, policymakers should be given support in preparing for smart transport technologies to improve supply chain and strengthen environmental sustainability. Second, foster cross-border trade facilitation and paperless trade for inclusive and efficient recovery. The cross-border trade facilitation and paperless trade framework agreement can accelerate and set implementation priorities for trade digitalization with the rest of the sub-region and region. With the continuing challenges regarding the economic recovery, this digital trade can facilitate and help to make trade more resilient and ensure efficient recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. Third, realize digital potential for sustainable economic transformation. Governments need to work with the private sector to mobilize resources and invest in critical infrastructure. Development partnership must be utilized to encourage digital innovation solutions that support vulnerable groups first, to leave no one behind. We can embed digital skill formation as part of lifelong learning among communities so that digital dividends can be shared across generations. By scaling up investment in digital literacy, there are clear opportunities for making progress in modernizing school curricula. Fourth, ensure economic policies and financing strategies to support socioeconomic recovery. Implementing innovative financing strategies is essential to improve diminished fiscal space and to support micro, small, medium-sized enterprises through fiscal stimulus packages. There are several good practices designed by member states to promote women entrepreneurs' access to finance and digital technologies in close collaboration with the financial institution and the private sector. We must scale up these programs through multi-country collaborative framework. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the SPECA Economic Forum provides an important platform for us to jointly discuss the progress of the group and to increase its relevance and alignment with the sub-regional, regional, and global SDG agenda. Today, overcoming the COVID-19 induced developmental setback provides a unique opportunity for SPECA member states to repurpose policy priorities in making economies more resilient to future pandemics and crises. In this context, harnessing regional cooperation, especially among SPECA member states and with its neighbors, must be focused to promote the SDGs and other internationally agreed development goals. Governments need to mitigate the socioeconomic impacts of the vulnerable groups first, while integrating sustainability consideration by factoring in environmental and governance aspects into the policy priorities. ESCAP, in close collaboration with UNECE and all UN family, stands ready to move forward the recommendation of the forum to build back better and advance SDG for SPECA member states and beyond. I count on your commitment and leadership. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a very successful SPECA Economic Forum 2020. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, госпожа заместитель генерального секретаря ООН, исполнительный секретарь СКАТ Армида Сальси Алишахаб.
I thank Ms. Armida Salcia Ali Sabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of USCAP. And now I would like to give a floor to Ms. Olga Algayero, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the UNECE, please.
Of SPECA countries. Mrs. Alicia Agbana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, dear Armida, Mr. Oyelo, UN Resident Coordinator in Kyrgyzstan, dear resident coordinators, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone, the hosts from Kyrgyzstan, the representatives of the countries and our colleagues for their courage and dedication to participate in this important meeting. We live in critical times for humanity, for our civilization, for the planet. The pandemic has created challenges for our way of life, for globalized production and trade, for the channels of transport, trade and connectivity, economic growth, medical services, and last but not least, our prospects to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In August 2020, UNDESA estimated that COVID-19 is having a devastating impact on all 17 goals and threatening the achievements already made in many years. While the virus has impacted everyone, it is the poorest and most vulnerable who are affected disproportionately by the pandemic. GDP per capita is expected to decline by 4.2% in 2020 globally. The IMF World Economic Outlook of October predicts a decline in economic output of 4.1% in the Middle East and Central Asia for 2020. Thus, the United Nations and the leaders of countries and international organizations have a joint responsibility to put together a coordinated response to this challenge, to act together and not stick solely to egoistic corporate, institutional, or national interests. To recover from the COVID-19 crisis, we must put people at the center of our response to achieve more equitable and resilient outcomes for all. This is what the UN means when we talk about finding transformative ways to build back better. The 2030 Agenda shows us the right track. It tells us how to reduce the risk of future crises. Therefore, we must equip ourselves with the right tools to meet the goals of the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the strategic objectives for sustainable development. Continued pursuit of the SDGs will keep governments focused not only on growth, but also on inclusive, equal, and sustainable development. This transformational approach towards more sustainable and inclusive development in the areas of transport and trade was the core objective of the previous SPECA Economic Forum held exactly 1 year ago in Ashgabat. I am proud to announce that despite the pandemic, together with our partners in the SPECA countries and ESCAP, we managed to move ahead in implementing the strategic decisions taken in Ashgabat, that is the Ashgabat Initiative on reducing barriers to trade and transport, using the UN norms, standards, and recommendations, the SPECA Trade Facilitation Strategy, the SPECA Strategy on Innovation for Sustainable Development, and finally, the Principles of Sustainable Trade. Practical steps were made in achieving the recommendations in these strategic documents. My colleagues will inform you about it. The topic of this year's forum is regional cooperation to support socio-economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. Taking a regional approach to the challenges of the pandemic has definite advantages. The disruptions of supply and transport chains and the spread of the COVID-19 contagion in this landlocked region have clearly demonstrated the risks. The countries have understood the advantages of regional cooperation when facing these risks. And we, as the UN, stand ready to help with our numerous tools, conventions, standards, and best practice recommendations, which are the product of collective intellectual input by the member states and the Secretariat. What is needed now are innovative solutions on how to put these instruments to work in the best interest of the countries of the region. And when we speak of innovative solutions, if you permit me, I will mention one topic which is close to my heart, and that is circular economy. I believe that efforts to achieve a circular economy can make a significant contribution towards the SDGs. UNECE member states are also of this opinion, as they have decided that the theme of the 2021 Commission session will be promoting circular economy and sustainable use of natural resources in the UNECE region. I hope we will see all of you there to discuss this important topic, and I call on governments here to reflect on how this could be done in the region. Paradoxically, the COVID-19 crisis has provided us with a better understanding that the world needs common solutions and standards beyond egoistic corporate, institutional, or national interests. We must seize this opportunity and build a better future. Together, SPECA countries stand better chances to succeed on the path to sustainable development and overcoming the negative effects of this pandemic. I wish you fruitful discussions and success in our common endeavors. Thank you.
Спасибо, госпожа Ольга Алгаирова, за ваше вдохновляющее выступление.
I thank Olga Algairova for your inspiring presentation, and would like to give a floor to Mr. Azonia Ojela, UN Resident Coordinator in the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, please.
Excellency Sanja Tudukojoyevich Mukambetov, Chair of the Speaker Governing Council, Excellencies, representatives of Speaker Member States, Ms. Almida Salcia Alisabana, Undersecretary General of ESCAP, Ms. Olga Algairova, Undersecretary General of UNECE, colleague resident coordinators from the region, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the UN system, good morning. I would like to join other speakers in welcoming all of the participants to this 2020 Speaker Economic Forum on regional cooperation to support socioeconomic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. I bring you warm greetings from the United Nations country team in the Kyrgyz Republic, and I thank you for this opportunity to participate in this important conversation and to speak on behalf of the UN country team at this opening ceremony. Besides other issues, the COVID-19 pandemic has also drawn attention to how good management and governance of borders can be a life and death matter. In terms of regional connectivity among speaker countries, trade, transport, and digital connectivity remain a priority, and they are the key drivers shaping the future of regional connectivity and supporting socioeconomic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. All speaker landlocked countries are geographically dependent on neighboring transit countries, particularly on their transit neighbors' infrastructure, peace and stability, policies and administrative practices, as well as cross-border political relations. So what have we learned from the impact of COVID-19 in relation to connectivity and cross-border issues? Our UN country team has distilled a few points from our experience of the last 8 months, which I'd like to share with all of us today. The first is that the imposition of restrictions by neighboring transit countries, which are understandable to check the spread of the virus, have also impacted significantly the movement of goods and services to and among landlocked countries. This has affected the timely delivery of much needed medical supplies and basic goods such as food. The second, the severe restrictions on cross-border movement had a significant impact on international trade and investments, which have always relied on the cross-border mobility of traders and their couriers. Mobility barriers have had a particularly heavy impact on tourism as well as on trade in goods due to their effect on transport services and on transaction costs. And third, a significant amount of services trade requires physical proximity between producers and consumers. International mobility to consume or provide services abroad is one way to attain this proximity. Mobility is also important to the operations of service providers who establish a commercial presence in other countries, as well as to those who ordinarily provide services remotely across international borders. So in our reflection as a UN country team, we asked ourselves the question, how can these challenges be best addressed? And we wanted to share the following reflections for the kind consideration of the distinguished participants. The first, of course, is about exchanging information on lessons learned about mobility restrictions and trade, and how this could help speaker countries foster greater resilience in the face of future pandemics or future crises. The second is to interrogate how we can keep regional supply chains going, especially for essentials, including medical supplies, food products, and ICT goods and services, perhaps by avoiding export restrictions on essential goods, such as medical equipment and especially food products, and by removing barriers such as tariffs on medical goods essential for combating COVID-19. The third speaks to about promoting regional digital connectivity through speeding up border checks for medical products and food, and minimizing the need for physical interaction between customs and other border officials and traders at borders by digitizing the processes to the extent possible, making it cheaper and easier for people to stay connected to jobs, markets, and each other. And this is possible if we work on reducing tariffs on information and communication technology goods and measures affecting access to digitally enabled services. Through digitizing trade documentation, with restrictions on physical movement, the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted supply chains and exposed the fact that regional trade is a paper-heavy system that relies too much on physical documentation. And through closing the digital divide, SPECA countries and regional connectivity will greatly benefit if our member states address the digital divide among different social groups within our respective countries, which this crisis has exacerbated. So some of the policy reforms that perhaps may be due for consideration would include establishing a clear roadmap and timeline with increased budget allocations to ensure ICT access and empowerment, greater investment in digital infrastructure, connectivity, and technical education, which will benefit SPECA countries significantly, more than policies such as data localization and tariffs on digital goods and services, and building institutional capacity of governments to negotiate and regulate private sector participation in the ICT sector, particularly in complex areas such as spectrum auctions and public-private partnerships, so as to maximize progress on public policy goals and benefits to consumers, and making digital gender equality a priority. The fourth that we reflected on as a country team would include comprehensive promotion of e-fiscalization and e-commerce on a cross-border level. And the fifth talks about reviewing the appropriateness of existing controls on capital flows and gradually liberalizing the capital account, consistent with the overriding need to maintain financial stability. And sixth reflects the need to promote the development of local currency bond markets in the region. The existence of well-functioning capital markets, including local currency bond markets, can be very important adjuncts to banking sectors in channeling resources from savers to productive investment regionally. Seventh, about diversifying and structurally transforming the economies and enhancing intra-regional trade towards strengthening overall economic linkages among SPECA countries. Overall enhancement of economic interlinkages through the regional value chains and intra-regional trade have become crucial requisites for enhancing financial interlinkages and financial integration among countries in Central Asia and South Caucasus. And finally, that such economic transformation will also need to consider the impact on gender, as well as the related statistics to measure such change, to ensure that the growth is inclusive, broad-based, and equitable. So in conclusion, this is a subject that certainly interests our UN country team, given our deep collaboration and partnership with our Ministry of Economy, but the government of the Kyrgyz Republic, and our continued willingness and eagerness to continue to support our government and its institutions to be able to address the impact of COVID-19 in a sustainable way. So certainly we look forward to the excellent discussions that will take place over these 2 days to be considered by the Governing Council, but we also would like to wish all of us successful deliberations. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Спасибо. Хотелось поблагодарить господина Озони.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Azonio Gela, UN Resident Coordinator in Kyrgyzstan, for his bright and informative presentation. We always feel support on behalf of the United Nations here at the Ministry of Economy. Distinguished ladies and gents, I would like to thank all the representatives for the welcoming remarks. And now we proceed to the session number 1. I would like to give a floor to the moderator, His Excellency Mr. Sultan Akhmatov, Deputy Minister of Economy of the Kyrgyz Republic, for further moderation, please. Oh, I apologize. Distinguished colleagues, before we will proceed to the session number 1, which is high-level policy dialogue on regional cooperation to support social economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19, I would like to give a floor to the representatives of the UNECE for technical announcements, please. Good morning, distinguished participants. I would like to say
clicking on the respective interpretation channel. On behalf of our interpreters, I want to inform you that our interpreters will alternate every 20 minutes. Speakers and participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode, and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech of intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. Interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. I would like also to remind that all presentations will be moderated from our ESCAP hall. Participants can also join us on YouTube live stream throughout the session, and they can post the questions on YouTube chat. Our colleagues will select and forward the questions to the moderator of the sessions. Now I would like to continue to give the floor to the moderator, His Excellency Akhmatov Sultan Mamatovich.
Спасибо. Тогда, уважаемые участники, хотел бы перейти непосредственно к презентациям. И первое слово предоставляется
the presentations, and I would like to give the floor to Madam Natalia Vemer, Economic Officer for Macroeconomic Policy and Financing of Sanka. Natalia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what I will do is I will give you a brief overview of a policy brief that Sonka is preparing at the moment on COVID-19 in North and Central Asia, its impacts, responses, and strategies to build back better. Next. This presentation will briefly look at the status of COVID-19 in North and Central Asia, then talk a bit about its economic impacts, its social impacts and the environmental impacts, and conclude with policy recommendations. Next. So first, let's have a look at the status of the pandemic. Next. What we did in our team is we looked at the countries of the region, and we found that there were several subgroups that we clustered and divided into different lines. And so what you can see here is a red line, which represents the countries of the Southern Caucasus, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. Then you can see a green line, which represents Central Asia, which is Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And since Turkmenistan is not publishing official figures on COVID-19, they're not part of this graph. And then as a third grouping, we have the Russian Federation. And we also ran the same analysis for the SPECA countries. But of course, given that the SPECA countries very much overlap with the Central Asian countries, this curve mirrors the Central Asian curve. So what do we see? This is a curve that shows the daily new COVID-19 cases per million of population from January until now. And so we see kind of three diverging trends in a sense. So with the Caucasus, they started slow in the first wave, had a first wave in summer, but then put in restrictive measures again, and it went down. But then from September onwards, we have seen a really strong exponential growth. And we now have quite worrying numbers in the Caucasus. Then we have a slightly similar picture in terms of trends in Russia, but not as extreme. Russia is the lilac graph. So here also Russia went through a first wave quite early on. Then the numbers went down a little bit, but now have been rising, and we're also in a second wave. And then we have the Central Asian countries. Here we see three spikes in the graphs. This is due to changes in methodology of measuring. So these are kind of artificial spikes. But what we can see in terms of trend is that the first wave hit Central Asia quite late. And because governments took also quite strict measures, the numbers didn't rise so high. And for the moment, the numbers are also still being low. And we hope, of course, that this means that there will be no pronounced second wave. But actually, the first wave also came later to Central Asia. So maybe the second wave also could come with a delay. But of course, a lot depends on the measures of governments and how populations adhere to them. So this is the picture, quite worrying for the Caucasus. And in Armenia, for example, already the emergency beds in hospitals are all full. Okay, next. And what one can say basically on North and Central Asia is that the crisis has hit the region unprepared or vulnerable because there has been a chronic underinvestment in the health sector for decades. And this meant that the health system as a whole became quickly overstretched. And this showed itself in an absence or low availability of equipment, medical personnel, hospital capacity, and testing. Of course, there's big differences among countries, but as a general trend. Then there was also a big challenge in delivering reliable statistics. There is a big issue about access and affordability for poor and vulnerable population groups. For example, there are quite few clinics and personnel in some rural areas, and also the practice of over-the-counter payments, including for medicines, is widespread, which causes difficulties for poorer people. And then because the system was so overstretched, it by now has led to a delay of other vital health interventions, such as vaccines or other operations, which then had follow-on effects. And unfortunately, it also meant that there is not enough support for mental health issues in times of crisis. Next. So let's look at some of the economic impacts. Next. As you know, there are a few structural economic challenges that made North and Central Asian countries particularly vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19. And very high up on that list, as was already mentioned by previous speakers, is the lack of economic diversification, but also precarious employment. And so countries were really hit early on in the first wave because they were overexposed to commodity price slumps. And on the other hand, countries that rely a lot on labor migrations saw a deep drop in remittances, and I will speak about this more in a moment. And of course, because a large part of the economy of the region is in the informal sector, which intersected with the actual economic sectors that were most affected by the disease, this also left a big gap and vulnerability. And so when countries started reacting to the COVID-19 crisis, they faced, like many other parts of the world as well, this double problem that on the one hand, they needed to spend much more money on supporting populations and businesses while their fiscal space was decreasing rapidly. And this started posing some questions of debt sustainability for some of the countries. Next. Here, I wanted to show you some of the latest growth estimates that the IMF has prepared. And interestingly, or on the positive side, not all countries will have negative growth in 2020. But for example, Kyrgyzstan is quite highly affected. And of course, this is a reflection of the underlying structure of the economy. So Kyrgyzstan is quite small. It is one of the countries that is quite reliant on remittances, and it has an undiversified economy. And so when the crisis hit, it was fairly largely exposed, while Uzbekistan, on the other hand, has a larger population, a more diversified export economy, and also produces more things in the country, and so has been less exposed to this crisis. Next. So I wanted to give an example of a strongly impacted sector. Of course, as you all know, the tourism industry, and here the example of Georgia. The tourism industry in Georgia over the last few years has been really growing phenomenally. So like 5 years ago, it was 1.7 billion US dollars in revenues, and that had reached up to 3.3 billion last year, and it was expected to grow even further. But then the pandemic hit, and now there are projections on the optimistic side that the tourism industry will lose around $1.2 billion in Georgia. But if the pandemic continues and quite harshly, then it could be nearly all the revenues gone for 2020. So this is just to show how extreme some industries can be affected. And for Georgia, this is quite important because tourism was 26% of their GDP last year and accounted for 27% of their employment. Next. And here also, I want to show the overdependence on remittances. In the graph on the bottom, you can see that for many countries in the region, remittances are much higher amount than, for example, foreign direct investment or official development assistance. So if that breaks away, then that really leaves a big gap. And we can see from numbers that are coming in that in the first half of 2020, remittances have reduced, for example, in Azerbaijan by 20%, in Kazakhstan by 30%, in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan by 15%. And of course, remittances are sent home to families that are among the most vulnerable. And so this breakaway really hits home hard. Next. Now I want to talk a little bit of a few social impacts. Next. And here we see different kinds of vulnerabilities and vulnerabilities that affect different groups. Of course, I will not delve into all the different groups, but I just wanted to highlight two. And one is vulnerability that is linked to age. And here we have, on the one hand, the older persons that are highly vulnerable, and then on the other hand, youth. And they're vulnerable for different reasons. So older persons by themselves are directly a high-risk group for the COVID-19 disease, but they also have limited access to services, also including because many services now have moved to the digital sphere, and older persons, we will see in a moment, are much less well connected. And older persons are also more likely to suffer from social isolation, neglect, and abuse. So here basically the COVID-19 crisis is enhancing already existing vulnerability. For the youth, on the other hand, they're less affected by the direct health impacts, but younger children, they have negative educational outcomes, and a bit older youth, they have challenges in the school to work transition. And as the situation continues, there is increased stress and anxiety among youth over because their future is less settled, and so they are becoming quite worried. But the extent and type of the impacts that certain vulnerabilities have really depends on country context. And here I just wanted to show you with these two graphs. On the left-hand side in the graph, you can see a spread of the population structure by age of the countries. And you can see that, for example, the Russian Federation and Georgia, they're quite old societies. They have a high percentage of people over 65. And Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan are quite young societies, for example. And so in Russia and Georgia, you already have this demographic predisposition that there are a lot of older people that can get infected with COVID-19. But then, for example, on the right-hand side, you see the graph of labor force participation. And here you can see, for example, there's a big difference. In Georgia, a lot of persons over the age of 65 actually still work. So nearly half of all men and a third of all women over 65 work, while in Russia, this proportion is much, much lower. And so here also you can see that in Georgia, the vulnerability for older persons would be much higher, because then they're also exposed to all the labor market challenges, and it might also be an indication that social protection measures aren't quite enough to cover the needs of people. So yeah, it depends on the structural composition of countries, how COVID impacts specifically. Next. Also, a group that is vulnerable and disproportionately affected by COVID-19 are women. And here there may be three aspects that are important. On the one hand, it's employment and income. So women are much more likely to start out with to be in vulnerable employment and also to work in hard-hit sectors, such as retail or hospitality. And there are also many frontline responders that are women, for example, health professionals. And here, UN Women did a rapid gender assessment during the first wave, and it shows that among its respondents, the income had reduced by 50%, and the most affected group was self-employed women, where about a fourth lost their job. And if you compare it to men, about a fifth of men lost their job that are self-employed. And then also about half of the women interviewed were facing reduced working hours. Then another big aspect is the double burden that comes from the prevailing gender roles in North and Central Asia. And basically women had to take on additional care work because also schools closed and they had to look after the sick and elderly as services wound down. And so they had this double, burden. And UN Women's assessment shows that 70% of women indicate that they spend more time during this time doing at least one unpaid domestic work activity. And then one other sad fact is that domestic violence had risen during the first wave. And that is, of course, due to the increased stress levels when families were locked down together. And some of the evidence that shows this increase in domestic violence are in Kazakhstan, the calls to support hotlines tripled, and in Kyrgyzstan, the cases of domestic violence increased by 2/3. Next. So the first, that was vulnerability. Now I would want to talk a bit about poverty and inequality. And here the graph is from the World Bank, and it's an aggregated graph, and it shows the Europe and Central Asia as a region as a whole. And so there are much more countries here than in SPECA or in North and Central Asia, but still the trends are similar. And so what it shows is in North and Central Asia already for the last years, the incidence of extreme poverty was fairly low. And although it has risen during the COVID-19 crisis, actually the incidence of two other poverty measures has risen even more. And that is people in vulnerable situations for $3.20 a day, and people that have to live under $5.50 a day, which is the upper middle income poverty line. And what this basically shows is that the next two very poor population groups have increased, and people that before the COVID pandemic were not poor have slipped newly into poverty. And here one phenomenon is quite important, and that is that of the missing middle, where people that are, labor migrants or in part-time employment in the gig economy that before were not poor, now because of the circumstances and because the social protection measures don't quite capture them, have slipped into new poverty. So they're called the missing middle because people in formal employment, they can rely on social services from the government, and so can the extremely poor, but this group has not been reached by previously existing social protection measures, and countries really need to make sure that they capture this group's needs as well. Okay, next, please. And in terms of inequality, one hugely important issue, which also has been mentioned already by the other speakers, is the digital acceleration. And this is often highlighted as a positive impact of the COVID-19 crisis. But of course, what it also shows is that there is a digital divide, and the digital divide can actually grow if no measures are taken to intervene. And this digital divide then has impacts, for example, for schooling or for being able to access other services. And here, just as an illustration, in Kyrgyzstan, we have 94% of households that have mobile phones, but only about 12% have computers, and only about 10% have laptop-type devices. And so imagine if you have virtual classes in school, you cannot really do them well from a mobile phone. And other statistics show that school closures have affected about 16 million learners in Central Asia, and that about half of all school children could not be reached by digital and broadcast remote learning. And even those children that had access, there is a big skill gap of teachers and also pupils in using ICT, and there is a shortage of quality online learning content. And so really all this contributes to a widening digital divide that needs to be addressed. In the graph, I wanted to show to you that this shows internet users by age and gender. And just to highlight back on the vulnerability of older people, in the gray, you can see the internet use of persons 74 years and older. And so you can really see a big differentiation there with everybody else. And then also in Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan in particular, you can also see a significant gender gap with less women having being internet users than men. Okay, next slide, please. To very briefly touch upon some environmental impacts. Next. There have been some positive impacts on the environment of this crisis that has mainly been a health crisis and a socioeconomic crisis, and that is, as just mentioned, the digitalization, the digital transformation, which has reduced travel and may diversify the economy in the future, which could lead to less carbon intensity and pollution. There has been temporary relief from air pollution in some cities during the first lockdowns, and this has enhanced calls for real structural improvements of air quality. And then overall, maybe there has been a heightened appreciation among populations and governments for the importance of resilient and sustainable development. And people really understand that they need to change the development path to be better prepared for future crises like climate change. However, there are also negative impacts, and so the use of disposable plastic has increased on the one hand because of hygiene issues and social distancing, so a lot of stuff being delivered home from online and all that is packed in disposable plastic. But then there's also a big additional use of medical equipment. And so proper waste disposal has been a big challenge. And also, while a lot of people speak about the green recovery, it actually has been practically challenging because fiscal space is reduced and the immediate socioeconomic needs are overwhelming. So practically the environment has taken a backseat. But as we move into the mid to long-term recovery, we really need to consider how to make it a green recovery. Okay, next. So this brings me basically to the last part of the presentation, and here we have some policy recommendations. As our executive secretary already mentioned in her speech, already before the COVID-19 crisis, countries in North and Central Asia were not on track for achieving the SDGs, but the 2030 agenda, now that we're in this crisis, is the most comprehensive roadmap that we have to actually sustainably move ourselves out of this crisis. So actually what we need is to focus back on accelerating the SDGs, but we need to practically understand how to do this with a much worse starting base. So let's look at some recommendations next. ESCAP to 3 main areas where it can provide support, and I will just briefly speak about each. So one is protecting people and enhancing resilience. And here, some main policy recommendations or messages are that in order to protect vulnerable groups, we really need a multi-sectoral approach where we have the participation of multiple stakeholders, be it private, public, or NGOs. Also, we need to address the common causes of vulnerability by providing access to social and health services and to safe and fair working conditions with adequate minimum incomes, and we in the region really need to expand unemployment benefits. We need to emphasize the importance of unpaid care work and advocate for more equal burden sharing between women and men. Then, as mentioned, there needs to be support for the missing middle in the short term, and in the long term, their plight can be addressed through structural and transformation and diversification to create productive employment at scale. And we need to reimagine and invest in education to accelerate a change in teaching and learning so that the next generation has the skills required in a more digitalized and knowledge-based and innovation-focused economy. Next. So the second area that ESCAP supports countries on is economic recovery and small and medium enterprises. And here some key messages are that we need to keep public indebtedness at sustainable levels. And this can be done through targeted and efficient public spending. We also need to ensure that there is enabling policy space for additional financing sources and mechanisms. This also has already been mentioned by Ozonia earlier. So really start making use of capital markets and innovative finance. There needs to be a reform in taxation to widen the tax base, including through moving businesses from the informal to the formal sector. So the right incentives need to be created for that. Then there needs to be an uptake and revision in national policies, development strategies and plans to realize the digital potential and the digital economic transformation of countries and make sure that we do it in a sustainable and inclusive way. And also, as already mentioned, we need to embark on a green recovery to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs and also to implement the Paris Agreement on climate change. So here we can use COVID-19 recovery stimulus packages, for example, for sustainable public procurement or for investments in greener infrastructure and resource efficiency. Next. And this is my last slide. We need to restore connectivity and supply chains. Since COVID-19 is a cross-border challenge, strengthening regional cooperation is really key here to build back better and to ensure continued cross-border transport and trade, even while maintaining appropriate health and safety controls. And so we need a fuller regional integration on transport and ICT infrastructure and on international trade facilitation. And these are also the priority areas of the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Countries. We need to build resilience in supply chain in supply chains, enhance trade relationships within the region and also with the major trading partners. And here, ESCAP stands by, as was already mentioned by the Executive Secretary, with several intergovernmental agreements, the agreement on Asian Highway Network, Trans-Asian Railway Networks and dry ports, but also the new framework agreement on paperless trade. Yes, next. Thank you very much for your attention.
Благодарю, госпожа Вермер, за вашу презентацию. Она очень объемная, детальная.
I thank Madam Wemer for your very informative, comprehensive presentation with a lot of statistics and recommendations. I would like to correct some data on Kyrgyzstan. The decrease of GDP as of end of September is 7.4% of GDP. But I believe this statistical data is really required to be reviewed, but you spoke very eloquently about gender aspects of pandemic and the respective crisis. And again, I want to thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to give a floor to Mr. Kira Ilowski, Director of the Office of the Executive Secretary of UNECE. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Ilowski.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Да, вас хорошо слышно.
We can hear. Yeah, we can hear you. Please.
The Minister, the COVID-19 crisis is showing. Can you put the next slide, please? Showing the limitations of uncoordinated action in the damage that unraveling of cooperation can bring. But this is a time when renewing of our commitment to collective action is still necessary. As in the past, regional cooperation offers the most suitable platform to advance multilateralism. It is in this level, the reconnecting economies, reversing the disruption of the trade and transport links, and addressing transborder risk offers more immediate benefits. Next slide, please. The critical task of the strengthening trust in international cooperation may yield clearer results in the context of regional frameworks of collaboration, which should be reinforced as essential building blocks for multilateralism. Recommitment to those frameworks will contribute to the improved perception regarding future concerted action, but reducing uncertainty, which has increased to extraordinary levels in the current crisis. Next, please. The spread of the COVID-19 pandemic represents an unprecedented challenge that is leaving no country untouched. It is having major disruptive effects for all. Beside the devastating health impact, many signs show that we will face one of the most severe economic slumps in the modern history, along with the severe impediments in our ambition to meet the goals of the 2030 agenda. The impact on the different countries on the SPECA region has varied depending on the timing of the initial outbreak, the economic and demographic structure and pre-existing capacity. But all countries have been hit by various economic shocks on demand, supply, and the financing. The crisis severely affects in the very fabric and the international economic relation, trade, and transport. UNECE has a large number of instruments and initiatives that can support member states in their efforts to tackle the crisis and promote the sustainable recovery. Engaging all these different functions and assets, convening power, normative production, and the technical cooperation, it can respond to evolving needs and the benefits for all its member states. Next, please. One of the pillars of the UNECE action framework for the responses of the COVID-19 crisis is connectivity. We have to facilitate connectivity, including by enhanced cooperation and the implementation of the regulatory framework for the border crossing and the use of the digital tools in trade and the transport. Next, please. Regional coordination can facilitate cross-border and the transit trade transport and reduce the cost of the compliance, especially regarding essential products like food and medical supplies. UNECE activities for mitigation of the COVID-19 effects are very relevant to keep transport moving, like organizational of Euro-Asian transport links, continuation of the SPECA working group of sustainable transport, transit, and connectivity cooperation, a number of the COVID-19 adoption initiative in the project, and finally implementation of the TIR International. Next slide, please. The Euro-Asian Transport Links project is the most relevant in the context of the Vienna Program of Action, as it is a long-term endeavor and gathers many landlocked developing countries in the transit countries in Europe and Asia. On the Jubilee 25th session of the SPECA working group on the transport transit activity, member states share the experience and the information on the latest development in the improvement of the regional connectivity, international transport, as well as road safety. In February 2020, UNECE established an observatory of the border crossing status due to the COVID-19. This tool timely collects and illustrates information about the status of the inland transport border crossings, including policies and the good practices. The observatory became the only source worldwide inside the outside of the UN system, providing daily updates on the status of the inland transport border crossing. 5 UN regional commission and the UNCTAD launched the transport and the trade connectivity in the age of the pandemics projects to help governments and the business community to keep transport network and the borders operational to facilitate the flow of the goods and the services while continuing the future spread of the COVID-19 virus. UNECE put in the place of the Open the Borders campaign to keep the borders open for transport of goods. More than 90 participants, including 9 ministers and the deputy minister of the transport for Central Asia, multi-development banks and international organizations joined the regional dialogue and the strengthening transport connectivity of the SPECA region on beyond of the era of the COVID-19. Next, please. UNECE has developed the multiple normative instruments on transport that facilitate connectivity, which are proving particularly useful in the current circumstances. TIR, Transport International Routers, or International Road Transport, connects over 70 economies around the world, including all of Central Asia and Afghanistan. The UNECE and the International Road Transport Union have been working on an electronic version of the TIR system for a few years. This allows a paperless and contactless operating environment while continuing to ensure the safe and the secure transport and goods. The TR international system was recognized as the UN tool to protect people from the various while facilitating and simplifying contactless border crossing procedure. Next, please. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of electricity in driving energy transformation. The electrification of the energy services has been a long-term secular trend, but the trend has now intensified the consequences of the COVID-19. The trend obliged power plants to be ever more flexible and capable and of buffering varying output rapidly. Advance in energy storage technology also have accelerated. Next, please. Challenging part of the national recovery funds into high performance building and refurbishment of the building stock has the capacity of the reinvigorating local economies rapidly, supporting the creating jobs like architects, engineering, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and other jobs through the entire building supply chain, while delivering on long-term quality of life for everyone, like climate, affordability, health, comfort. Next, please. UNECE has developed multiple normative instruments to address transportatory and other environmental risks. We should seize the opportunity created by the crisis to address structural challenges and to strengthen normative frameworks to deal with those risks. The COVID-19 pandemic is prompting an increased awareness of the need to deal with the various types of risks. Our protocol on the strategy environmental assessment can help ensure that those aspects are considered in countries, economy, and the regional development planning. The protocol is open to accession by all UN member states, and we stand ready to support countries enjoying and applying. Next, please. The economic disruption created by the crisis is leading to a reconsideration of the resources used and the fragility of the supplies lines. We need to rethink our consumption and production models and to strengthen approaches that enhance both resilience and efficiency, such as the circular economy, which can be deployed in the regional context through the creation of the appropriate platforms. The implementation of the 2030 agenda demands strong action at the local level. UNECE brought together representatives from local governments from the region in the first forum of mayors earlier this month to share concrete experience on how to strengthening local resilience, including to COVID-19, climate change, and the natural hazards. Next, please. What is UNECE doing in the areas of trade, innovation, and the public-private partnership, which can be useful for the SPECA countries? First, UNECE helps strengthening the country's resilience by reinforcing sustainable trade economic cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has just sharpened some problems in the international trade and transport. Second, UNECE standards and the other instruments on trade facilitation and electronic businesses are helping the digitalization of the trade information flows. We share with the other UN Regional Commission and the UNCTAD and the rapid response projects to the effects of the COVID-19 or to connectivity. Three, UNECE has studied on the non-tariff measure, analyzes the introduction of non-tariff measure with the objective of preventing them from becoming barriers to trade. For the UN, have established the UN Development Account Project in response to the challenges of the COVID-19 to connectivity. In it, the UNECE has a segment of the harmonizing standards for electronic exchange of data and documents in the multimodal corridors. 5. UNECE has a project in support of innovation for sustainable development in the SPECA. We also strongly promote the idea of the using public-private partnership to strengthening the resilience of the local commitments and the hub companies to mobilize funding of the rebuilt economies and societies. And last but not least, in order to build back better, we have to concrete to the circular economy, which has not been given much attention in the region. The next UNECE session in the spring 2021 will be focused on the circular economy, and all of you are invited to participate. Next, please. Digitalization is a key tool to avoid the risk of the spreading the virus along cross-border transport and the supply chains. This slide showing in the list of the documents for the which UN Safe Act standards for their digitalization have been prepared. Some for which standards are being completed and some on which the experts are working right now under the UN Development Account Project on the immediate response to the challenges of the COVID-19 to connectivity. Those tools are expected to affect positively the digitalization to multimodal corridors, including in the SPECA region. According to this vision, the exchange of the information based of the international standards and recommendation. For the purpose of information exchange, the interoperability of information system, the parties should be using international standards and recommendations. Next, please. GDP reduction and the public debt increase across the SPECA countries place a heavy burden of the governments to find resources to build back better. Hence, the importance of the public-private partnership to develop infrastructure that puts sustainability, developments, and its core and the people as is the main beneficiary. Thank you. The last slide. Thank you for the attention, please.
Спасибо, господин Иловский.
I thank Mr. Losky for your very in-depth presentation, and indeed you have mentioned important measures and mechanisms, and we need to be focused on innovative tools and bridging economic ties will be very instrumental in terms of recovery process after COVID. Next, I would like to give a floor to Dr. Said Yaha Akhlaki, Deputy Secretary General, Economic Cooperation Organization. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Akhlaki.
Do you hear me, Excellency? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Да, сейчас слышим.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chairman, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I am privileged to attend this important event today. Having been invited on 2020 Speaker Economic Forum, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and the government of the Kyrgyz Republic as the present chair of the United Nations Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia. I further appreciate the organizers who have made it convenient to organize this event under the theme of regional cooperation to support socioeconomic recovery in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, which is a global cause of concern. I would also like to acknowledge the commendable contribution of the United Nations to foster and shoulder the process of socioeconomic development and prosperity in the ECO region. Distinguished participants, the initial reaction to the COVID-19 crisis by most countries was to look at the issue inwards and individually. As a result, global managing response to control the spread, mitigation, and eradication of the pandemic remained below expectation. However, the obstinacy of the virus has, with the passage of time, made the world realize that only restoring a regionally consolidated and internationally integrated approach, having hand in hand with national capacity strengths, as well as boosting health systems, protecting incomes, and minimizing economic constriction, can help address the challenges taking place due to the aggressive pandemic. As one of the first regions to be affected by the outbreak, the ECO has witnessed a rapid increase in the number of confirmed cases. Domestic containment measures and global disruption to trade, tourism, and production are pushing forward the region to prepare for the prospects of an economic slowdown. Similar to other regions, the public infrastructure in the ECO region was neither built nor prepared to cope with this kind of situation. The ongoing crisis continues to widen the existing socioeconomic and infrastructural disparities and inequity for the ECO region, which is striving for economic development with its 500 million people. The WTO estimates show that global merchandise trade is set to plummet between 12% to 32% in 2020, and nearly all the regions will suffer double-digit decline in trade volumes in 2020. To reignite the cycle of economic activity through allocation of easy financing package for opening businesses, travel, trade, and investment, the international and regional institutions can play important roles. Developing the healthcare and social protection systems need to be considered as an immediate task to mitigate social disparities. The challenges to trade facilitation and paperless trade need to be tackled with collaborative response. The increasing yet evolving role and has become a vital objective in the recovery period. The ECO Secretariat has focused trade facilitation and paperless trade as an important component to enhance trade in the wake of COVID-19. Research studies have been launched on scoping of the non-technical barriers to initiate actions to remove such barriers hindering trade and draft an agreement on cross-border trade facilitation in the ECO region. Likewise, research studies have been launched on regional payment system in ECO to ensure swift clearance of payments in regional transactions through a paperless process, taking into a consideration that the absolute and comparative advantages of member states can be a very ideal tool in improving economic situation of ECO member states. The ECO Gate project is defined with core issue of cross-border transport and investment. In COVID-19 crisis highlighted the criticality of digital transformation of business, industry, and society. A speaker is such an important platform that could foster closer and meaningful proactive collaboration among the international, regional, financial organizations and government to join hands in our collective efforts in all these areas to save the people of the region from the potential negative effects of COVID-19 and its aftermath. In the context of the pandemic, let me underline that His Excellency Dr. Hadi Soleimanpour, the Secretary General of the ECO, took liberty to write to the heads of several major international and regional financial institutions, including the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, EU Infrastructure Development Bank, and Islamic Development Bank, seeking their collaborative engagements to support the ecoregion in its efforts to maintain access to finance engagement, to support the ecoregion in its efforts to maintain access to finance ECO's project in the ongoing era of crunch. Most of them welcomed the idea and introduced their focal points to find ways and means for joint operation and activities. Dear participants, considering the national and international experiences, this forum may suggest some mechanisms to facilitate mobilization of all our resources towards the cooperation for interventions in hard-hit sectors, including healthcare, agriculture, trade, small and medium-scale manufacturing, services sector, trade like travel, hospitality, anything else, and assist member states in priority projects to reinvigorate economic cycle in the region. To this end, I assure that ECO will continue to pursue with its partners to discuss and develop ideas for coordinated actions by government, United Nations system, and other relevant stakeholders to respond to the socioeconomic impacts of COVID-19. The ECO Secretariat is always receptive for any possible joint efforts that could pave the way for a regional and global socioeconomic recovery. Moreover, the ECO would be supporting any decision to strengthen its partnership with other stakeholders and implementation on the recommendations of this forum, countering the repercussions of this global pandemic for the collective betterment of our societies. The ECO Secretariat, along with growing global concerns in view of the unyielding transmission of the pandemic and the associated negative impacts on the socioeconomic activities and progress in the ecoregion, proposed the member states to work closely for establishing an all-inclusive consultative mechanism to address the following issues. Number one, enhancement of technical cooperation on communicable disease, particularly COVID-19, in close collaboration with the WHO and other relevant international organizations, and immediate coordinated health response to suppress the transmission and end the pandemic. Number two, scaling up health capacities for testing, tracing, quarantine, and treatment while keeping the frontline healthcare workers and other first responders safe. Number 3, accelerated regional access to treatment and prevention through steady assistance to all member states on account of any medical requirements. Number 4, sharing transparent, timely, and accurate information, experiences, and best practices on COVID-19 and measures for prevention, detection, control, and response. Number 5, strengthening community engagement and collaboration with non-state actors and private sector, and improving preparedness for any future health emergencies. Number 6, collective efforts, measures, or regulations to facilitate smooth customs clearance for essential medical supplies and equipment through ECO borders. ECO Secretariat has issued practical guidelines for COVID-19 that include to use electronic solutions and procedures such as electronic TIR, electronic CMR, instead of paper documents to expedite release of trucks at borders and decrease risks of physical contacts among the people. To timely transmit to the ECO Secretariat their provisionally enforced regulatory and normative measures relating to application of procedures for vehicles, drivers, and cargoes, and allow an unhindered passage for truck drivers and road trucks loaded and unloaded. Such measures is especially critical as bans on freight transport adversely affect the lives of the people, bearing unnecessary delays and deterrence for mainstream flow of essential supplies like food and medications. Truck drivers have to observe medical protocols on arrival at border crossing points. They must have personal protective equipment, medical masks, gloves on board, and use them when they leave the cabin. Whereas further driving along the designated roads and transit corridors in the territory of ECO member states may be tracked using GPS tracking devices till the final destination by local authorities, thereby ensuring safety and security of the road transport workers. In this regard, a ministerial meeting on health is expected to be held in late November or early December this year. In line with the ECO vision to improve economic situation in member states, ECO Gate project has been initiated. We strongly believe that this project will help members to utilize their resources, especially in trade and transport systems. The solution to the pandemic and effect an early socioeconomic recovery to prevent job losses and economic hardships lies in use of scientific process and use of technology to conduct business and social and economic activities. Before concluding, I would like to thank the esteemed UNECE and UNESCO for holding this timely forum. I am sure that under the able guidance and cooperation of the distinguished representatives from international, regional, and financial organizations, we will take effective steps and build strategies to collectively respond, mitigate, and overcome the global socioeconomic challenges that popped up due to the COVID-19. Thanks and best of lucks.
I want to thank Dr. Said Yahya Akhlaqi for your informative presentation. Specifically, I would like to outline the need to harmonize the international organizations' activities and efforts, considering the fact that speaker countries are also ECHO members, and that is why your recommendations are extremely valuable. Now let us proceed to country presentations. But distinguished colleagues, first of all, I would like to warn you that we are already beyond our time schedule. That is why I would like to point your attention to the fact that each presentation will be limited by 5 minutes only. Now, in alphabetical order, I would like to give a floor to the representative of Afghanistan, Mr. Saeed Issa Shankala, Director on Trade Policy and Services of Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Please, the floor is yours. Distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan.
His Excellency Chair of UNECE, heads of delegations of speaker countries, colleagues from United Nations, and ladies and gentlemen, hello and good morning. Outbreak of COVID-19 in early 2020 was, of course, a challenging issue for all the nations in general, and Afghanistan in particular as a landlocked country. Dependence on neighbor countries for trade made Afghan people worry once countries over the world started to close borders. But fortunately, with the spread of cooperation within the region, especially with Central Asian countries, we managed to reopen the borders for trade, especially for importing food and medical products. We appreciate the cooperation level of our brother countries of Central Asia. Organizations which promote and enhance regional connectivity and cooperation play major roles in partnership within a region which will result in countries to stand together during hard times. ISPICA have been a major platform for us to increase relationships, and we are quite sure that this platform will allow us to discuss regional cooperation strategies to support socio-economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19 in ISPICA countries. We look forward to the presentations prepared by colleagues and the discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister Ahmadou.
Спасибо, господин Сейтеса Санлахи.
Thank you, Mr. Saitesa Sanlahi. The next is coming representative of Azerbaijan. Floor goes to Dr. Sankhale, acting director of the Center of Economic Reform Analysis and Communications. The floor is yours. Representatives of Azerbaijan, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, and we can see you. Good morning.
To extend my gratitude to all facilitators, to United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and United Nations Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia, and Government of Kyrgyz Republic. Let me just introduce my speech. First of all, I would like to mention that economic policy of Azerbaijan is a time of COVID-19 is especially focused to cover sensitive sectors of economy and to support rapid socioeconomic recovery. For this purpose, Azerbaijan government adopted a recovery plan which covered SMEs and most injured sectors, also members of families belonging to socially vulnerable groups, and financial support program, which was more than 4% of our GDP. Azerbaijan is not only within this framework borders, but also beyond, and we did financial support to international community, more than 30 other countries, also World Health Organization in terms of COVID-19. Today, Azerbaijan is leading country for results as case COVID-19 per million people, deaths per million population, and others not only in the region, but also in the world. There's two post periods for Azerbaijan economy. One is post-COVID period, another is a post-conflict period. Glorious Azerbaijan army liberated Azerbaijan lands from Armenian occupation, and 10th of November, Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia made a statement which led the Armenia to withdraw from other occupied territories by them areas. After full liberation of Azerbaijan lands, it will start a new era, post-conflict period for Azerbaijan economy. Created by this agreement lifeline between Azerbaijan and its landlocked exclave, Nakhchivan, which borders with Turkey, creates new opportunities to interaction Caspian and Mediterranean basin. This regional transport connectivity will play a great role to creating new supply chains, creating the connection by construction of railway and highway between Nakhchivan and other parts of Azerbaijan will make it one of the shortcut way to connect Central Asian, European Union, and Middle East countries, which will lead to diversification of their trade connections. Azerbaijan circumvented the curse of geography, successfully converting its landlocked country status to a transport hub in the heart of Eurasia, and a resource curse tripling the country's economy over the last 15 years. Now it is important not only to plan, but also to be agile, responsive, and adaptive. Strategic roadmaps and flexible governance introduced by Azerbaijan helped the country to score the best results among Caspian Sea and South Caucasus countries, as evaluated in the Sustainable Development Report 2020, a paper measuring the commitment of 166 nations to the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations. Azerbaijan also was ranked 5th out of 141 countries in the government's responsiveness to change indicator according to the Global Competitiveness Report 2019. This is no coincidence that this purpose of cooperation between the government of Azerbaijan and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the World Economic Forum Cooperation Agreement was held. Azerbaijan created cross-border trade facilitation and paperless trade infrastructure, which helps inclusiveness and efficiency. The electronic residency, e-residency, and mobile residency, M-residency program of the digital trade hub of Azerbaijan allows entrepreneurs around the world to set up and run a location-independent business in Azerbaijan. This program also allows users to access the cross-border e-services of the digital trade hub through government issues digital identities. It should be mentioned that no one is left behind from our technological strategy, and Digital Trade Hub of Azerbaijan covers all stakeholders, public and private sector entities, and has a big role for sustainable transformation. Azerbaijan is the first country to offer m-residency and the second country after Estonia to offer e-residency. Another innovative project of Azerbaijan is azexport.az portal, which is huge digital marketplace of made in Azerbaijan goods and services. This portal make it possible for Azerbaijan business to reach new markets and expand cross-border trade and export. By the way, azexport.az has been integrated into Alibaba, Amazon, all these trade key and other global and regional trade platforms as well. On the document dedicated to the UNESCO's 8th meeting was held in Bangkok, Thailand, contains detailed information on the project of Digital Trade Hub of Azerbaijan and azexport.az, and mentions this project as a good practice in terms of cross-border and paperless trade. Azerbaijan has built its development strategy taking into consideration the renewed international and regional trends. Azerbaijan innovative projects, e-government, our satellites, global corporations, and other initiatives support the Vienna Program of Action, as well as provides comprehensive framework for the integration into the global economy through priority areas like transit, infrastructure, development for transport, ICT, energy, international trade and trade facilitation, regional integration and cooperation, structural economic transformation, and means of implementation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Спасибо, доктор Юсал Дасымлы. Следующее слово предоставляется представителю.
Thank you, Dr. Yusal Dasamov. The next is Kazakhstan, Madam Aygul Sheima, Vice Minister of Economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So the floor goes to Kazakhstan. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Distinguished participants of the Economic Forum, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Akhmetov, thank you very much for this floor given to me. Of course, we just join all the words of gratitude for to organizers of this forum, as well as representatives of the UN General Secretary for this event. We are addressing topical issues which are of high concern for all countries of the world, and our countries in our region are not exception. So the previous speakers highlighted the risks available in our countries, as well as offered specific measures necessary to overcome the situation. Therefore, I think that it is important and topical for our country. Taking into consideration the time constraints, I would like to briefly say what Kazakhstan has done to cope and to overcome the pandemic. Of course, we do understand that at the background of oil prices slumps and disruptions in goods deliveries, so we have to just put our efforts together to just block spread of the pandemic, and Kazakhstan is taking measures, both organizational and institutional, so just to provide or provisional, so to provide the population with the medical products, as well as to support the staff who are counteracting the pandemic. So there are extra payments and markups for this staff. As far as economic growth, this is one of the most important issues in our country. So we just adopted 2 sets of measures to stabilize economy and to support population. The key task of these measures is to just ensure employment and to support population and to provide environment for strategic investors. Last year, I would say that the financing of healthcare increased almost by 3 times. But in spite of the crisis so the government just is fulfilling all its commitments. We as representatives, like the speaker from Azerbaijan said, that the comprehensive plan was adopted. Similar comprehensive plan was adopted in Kazakhstan, so which is aimed at supporting priority areas of economy as well as SMEs. So the measures taken to support businesses in the field of procurements and new mechanisms and facilities of mild loans have been introduced, which allowed us just to support business and to preclude slumps in the economy. But we can see that there is an increase of domestic production by 1.9%. In addition, taxation, fiscal, budget policies are being updated and protecting individuals and legal entities. We actually just introduced tax exemptions for all types of taxpayers, for all categories of taxpayers. I'm not going to go into details here, but I would say that each speaker countries just were mentioning a necessity of implementation of SDG implementation, but at the same time, so the drops of economic growth just had an impact, adverse impact on the pace of this SDG implementation, which was expected in our countries. Therefore, it's mobilization of all our resources is needed to overcome the pandemic consequences. And Madam Olga Algimirova's proposal just to pass over to or to shift to circular economy deems very important. Of course, economy just feels all the effects of the losses and limitations. Of course, business activity is shrinked, and therefore, in this context, our regional cooperation deems really interesting, and I think presents much interest. And I think we will find areas for additional cooperation, which would allow countries increasing their economic growth. And I think that joint cooperation and joint activities will be able to preclude negative effect of the pandemic. Of course, would like just to mention the statistics in achieving speakers' goals. I'm not going to go into details right now, but I hope that our experience as well as speaker countries' experience will be useful for other countries, and we are ready to support and continue this cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Shaimova. The next speaker is, according to our agenda, so, actually the microphone goes to me, to myself. Distinguished colleagues, I'm not going, as a representative of Kyrgyzstan, I'm not going to statistics and the figures of Kyrgyz Republic, but I would like to focus on 2 aspects. So the measures taken within the framework of governmental measures to counteract the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences are being taken, but ongoing. But as you understand, the topic of our session, today's session, is regional cooperation to support socio-economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. Therefore, I would like to draw your attention to the necessity to broaden regional cooperation. Of course, there are economic links, there are certain contacts on different international platforms and other types of cooperation, but I would highlight the tools and facilities that do exist traditionally. Therefore, I would like you to draw your attention to expanding their use, not only through transparency of our and openness of our borders, we can facilitate the fastest way out of COVID-19 situation. We do understand that we are facing the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the measures that we are going to set today will provide for lower losses that we can incur. And in this regard, I would like to use this platform to gradually shift to simplifying and facilitation our procedures, both at the border. Moreover, that we're now facing the milestone of in the times of digitalization, and I think that all the issues that may arise, can be removed, because all the existing procedures and modes of border crossing, so they are not up to date. In this regard, I would like to call on all of us to expand our mechanisms, enhance our cooperation tools, and to shift to more efficient mobile digital measures to resolve the existing issues. I would like to thank once again all the speakers. I would like to thank UNECE, to thank UNESCAP for having organized today's event, where we are able to discuss openly all the issues, all the challenges and measures required to come out of this situation. Thank you. The next floor goes to representatives of Tajikistan. Abdurrahman Zada Safarali, Deputy Vice Minister of Ministry of Economic Development of Tajikistan. I think the floor goes to myself.
So we didn't hear you.
Да? Да, совершенно верно. И слово переходит представителю Таджикистана.
Yes, exactly. So the floor goes to the Vice Minister, representative of Tajikistan, of MEDT. Can you hear us? 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 We can hear you. Can you hear us? So you're okay, so we can hear you. Can you hear us? It's not audible, so the sound disappeared. No mic.
Господин Сафарали, вы нас слышите?
Mr. Safarali, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Safarali? Can you hear us?
Matov, Deputy Minister of Economy of the Kyrgyz Republic, dear distinguished colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to join our colleagues from Speka region, and on behalf of the government of the Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Kyrgyzstan, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and the ESCA for hosting and organizing today's meeting. I consider this meeting as an important step in strengthening mutual beneficial cooperation, in establishing closer relations between the Speka and the countries in the region. In the current difficult situation due to the pandemic COVID-19, the economic policies of countries should be directed to minimize financial losses and as well as to provide support to the companies affected by the imposed restrictions on economic and business activities. The coronavirus pandemic and its socioeconomic consequences have become a new challenge for the entire world community. This situation requires us to unite against the consequences of the pandemic by using all resources and opportunities. The coronavirus pandemic has affected millions of people, claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, forced borders to close, which led to enormous economic and social losses. Of course, we are all interested in returning to a normal lifestyle as soon as possible and restoring the dynamic development of our countries. The pace and scope of our recovery in the future will depend on what we do today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to briefly inform you about the measures taken by Tajikistan due to COVID-19 and economic situation in the country as a whole. Government of Tajikistan has taken several urgent measures to reduce the impact of crisis of the country's economy, in particular by the order of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan at the beginning of June 2020 on preventing the impact of the infectious disease COVID-19 on the social economic spheres of the Republic of Tajikistan. Measures were taken to improve the investment climate and create favorable conditions for business during the pandemic. To support the business entities, this plan provides for measures to defer tax payments, offer tax holidays, exempt from VAT and custom duties on the import of essential goods and medical supplies, and prohibit the collection of the fines and penalties during the crisis. In addition, the government of the Republic of Tajikistan prepared an emergency action plan on co-spread of the coronavirus and mitigating its consequences on the socio-economic situation of the Republic. This plan provides for measures to ensure macroeconomic stability, rehabilitate the banking system, efficient use of the state budget funds, support economic sectors, especially the private sector, trade and services, increase production of industrial and agricultural products, and raise funds from donors, target support from vulnerable groups of the population, and an increase in production and stock of the basis types of the essential products. The International Monetary Fund considers the anti-crisis measures taken by the government of the Republic of Tajikistan to prevent the spread of COVID-19 to be effective and efficient. I would like to point that pandemic situation shows us that we need to work on the digital trade, digital economy, and in the spread of the following cross-border trade and paperless trade. Tajikistan taking into account the necessary in the area of the pandemic. Now we are establishing the working group, internal working group concerning the accession of Tajikistan to the paperless cross-border trade of the UNECE. I also would like to point that in 2019 and in 2020, Tajikistan officially launched the Tajikistan Trade Portal and the single window system, which is mainly will help us during this situation in COVID-19. All the export, import, and transit procedures and all the agencies, even step by step, all the information are included in Tajikistan Trade Portal. This portal is one of the first experience in Central Asia, which gets a good remarks from the United Nations Commission. In addition, at the end of the January-September of this year, Tajikistan, on 1st September 2020, officially launched the single window system based on our undertaken commitments under the Trade Facilitation Agreement of the WTO. In addition, Tajikistan is actively participating in its international organizations by its membership in the WTO and other international organizations. I would like to point that the GDP grew by 4.2% at 9 months of 2020, and the positive contribution to the GDP growth was made mainly by the real sector of the economy that formed its production. Concerning the foreign trade turnover in the period January-September 2020 with the SPECA countries, it is worth to mention that it's amounted to almost $1 billion. Our counterpartners from the region are, the first is Kazakhstan is $634 million US, with Uzbekistan $242 million, with Afghanistan $56.5 million, with Kyrgyzstan $27 million, with Turkmenistan almost 6, and with Azerbaijan almost $5 million. The government of the Republic of Tajikistan, its international relation, is committed to take necessary steps to boost trade and expand economic partnership with all SPECA countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо, господин Абдрахманзада.
Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahmanzada. Now, I would like to give a floor to a representative of Turkmenistan, Madam Galina Ramadova, Chief of Department at the Ministry of Finance and Economy, Republic of Turkmenistan. Please, the floor is yours. Distinguished participants, ladies and gents, on behalf of Turkmenistan, I would like to extend my warm welcome to the participants and thank the Kyrgyz Republic for its efforts to organize this meeting of the SPECA countries. Due to uncertainties which reflects on economic development perspectives of both global and SPECA economies, the main focus of the forum is to promote cooperation in the SPECA region to support sustainable and inclusive development after COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, I would like to stress that Turkmenistan is one of the countries which did not register COVID-19 cases. However, this was associated with the timely applied measures which managed to protect our population against this disease. Our economy is stable and the business as usual scenario allows us to mitigate number of risks which impact other countries. At the same time, the government developed and implemented a number of measures to protect our country, to protect our state, to promote sustainable development for this and the next years. In addition to this, along with international organizations, we developed and implemented a number of measures to prevent further impact of other types of infections, and a number of economic measures had been applied to prevent further impact of COVID-19 specifically. As of the first 9 months, our economy demonstrated a stable growth of 5.8%, and this allows us to develop and implement those commitments and program of actions which were adopted last year in terms of expanding our cooperation with the SPECA states. Many presentations admits important development in our economy and various risks for our region during the recovery efforts after the pandemic. In this regard, I would like to admit that the second wave of pandemic, which is so noticeable in the world, lack of vaccines and transfer many states to self-isolation and social distancing, border closure, negatively impact social economic development and strongly impedes the recovery process. Definitely, this is one of the impact on our region as well. I would like to say that one of the important aftermath of pandemic resulted in higher expenses of our economies, and in particular, social economic development, labor market, support of priority non-governmental sectors. Our economies will demand more, and not every state has some buffer resources such as stabilization funds which could mitigate the impact. That is why the risk of budget deficit financing, of which could be done through emissions and other additional measures, is there. And that is why, in this regard, economic restoration is one of the important developments which we should be focused on in the nearest future. I also would like to admit that those measures which are applicable to our region, of course, focused on diversification of our economy, support of private sector, including provision of stimulus for production sector specifically, simplification of trade procedures, trade facilitation, decrease in non-tariff barriers, and transfer to electronic trade principles. This year, Turkmenistan became a member of WTO observation unit, and we developed an economic program for the midterm perspective, where the most important thing is about the stimulus package for electronic trade between SPECA states. And in this regard, I would like specifically mention that this strategy is important, and SPECA strategy on trade facilitation in this regard is a definite priority. We also believe that efficient application of non-barrier transit of trade and customs clearance, transit corridors in SPECA region would be very important. Strategy for sustainable development is also one of the elements which would let us to expedite our country's recovery. We also have to focus on the restoration of services sector. In particular, I'm talking about tourism, which was mostly badly hit by the pandemic. Also, it is very important to be focused on implementation of the Ashgabat initiative adopted last year, which is a very important organizational element which would give us a chance to better coordinate our efforts, specifically in consolidation of our financial resources for the sake of SPECA region development. At the end, I would like to specifically focus on integration and economic ties in the SPECA region, which plays an instrumental role in decreasing challenges, and this would give us a chance to boost our competitiveness under the time of current uncertainties. Economic cooperation, regional trade facilitation, sectoral development are important for accomplishing sustainable development goals. Thank you again for your attention. Thank you. Next floor goes to Mr. Badruddin Abidov, Deputy in Ministry of Investments and Foreign Trade, Republic of Uzbekistan. Please, the floor is yours.
Доброе утро, меня слышно? Меня слышно? Доброе утро.
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you okay. Thank you, distinguished Sultan Mamatovich, distinguished member, SPECA member states, distinguished representative of UNESCAP and UNECE, distinguished ladies and gents. Using this opportunity, I would like to specifically thank the Republic of Kyrgyzstan and the organizers of the current event for establishing a platform to exchange our opinions on the speediest way to recover after the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope the situation becomes normal soon and we could meet each other physically. The current meeting, especially for Central Asian states, is extremely topical, which signifies deepening cooperation between us and joining our efforts to recover after COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis demonstrates vulnerability of all humanity in front of the crisis. It also demonstrates interdependence of every state and the need to cooperate, especially at the regional level. Recovery after the pandemic is important. We need not only to demonstrate some specific approaches, but develop a general mechanism which would allow us to develop trade and other links in the region as soon as possible with mitigation of negative pandemic impact on our economies. Apart from recovery strategy, currently in our country, under the leadership of our president, we are focusing on developing opening state with the market economy. As a result of our reforms, last year the economic growth was 5.6% and industrial output was 6.6% higher. Exports by 23%, 23,000 of new companies was established, which is 2 times higher versus last year. We attracted much more investments, foreign direct investments, increased threefold versus 2018, and the share of investments in GDP approached to 37%. In the World Bank doing business, we are on the 8th position out of 190 countries in terms of easiness of business registration. According to the World Bank prognosis, irrespective of global economic slowdown, Uzbekistan would become one of the 2 countries in the region which would demonstrate positive economic growth as a result of 2020. Overall, all in the Central Asian regions, we are observing fundamental changes, and as a result, we managed to establish the good neighborly relationship with each other. The trade volume with our neighbors increased by 5 times, and in order to stimulate further on our trade relationship in pandemic times, we have specific measures. We resume our process of WTO accession after 15 years of suspension. And I believe that deepening our trade relationship would improve our integration efforts, and in particular customs agencies cooperation through modernization of border crossing points, common certificates of goods origin and others. The common task for us also is in deepening integration of our region into a global transport corridors based on joint interest of economic development. Our president in the 70th General Session of the United Nations come up with a initiative to establish a Center for Economic Development and Transport Corridors in order to make our countries to be integrated into the international transit system. And I think this is a very important effort to make us closer with the outer world. Drying the Aral Sea is another big problem for us. It is an environmental disaster, and in this regard, we need to be focused on boosting the area of forestation up to 2 million hectares extra. We also have a UN fund for human safety and for the people living in the Aral Sea area, and I think this will be a very important, valuable support for the region, which was hit badly by this environmental disaster. Our president initiated a special UN General Assembly resolution on acknowledging ROC is as the center for efforts to restore environment there, and proclaim the date of this resolution as the date for restoration of environment in disaster hit areas. I hope that this forum will be a further step to develop our economies in the region. Thank you again for your attention. I thank Mr. Abidov, and with this, our main presentations are over during this session. If anyone else would like to add something, you're welcome to do so now. If none, then first of all, I would like to thank all the speaker countries' representatives for your presentations, for your proposals, and for the measures you voiced, which would contribute to post-COVID-19 recovery in the region. These measures are also focused on social and economic development of our nations, and in addition, the measures would be focused on the general regional development. Those measures which were voiced will be a part of a final paper and communique of our meeting, which would give us a chance to promote our region development further on. That is why I want to thank all the heads of delegations. I want to thank also UNECE and ESCAP for organizing this event. We are beyond the schedule, unfortunately. That is why I would like to pass over the floor to Madam Helena Fraser, UN Resident Coordinator in Uzbekistan, to moderate session 2 under the title of Regional Transport Connectivity to Build Resilient Supply Chains. Before we will proceed to the second session, there are some proposals and requests on behalf of members of delegations for a group photography. If you don't mind, then I would ask the ESCAP Secretariat to assist us in this effort. Thank you.
We would like to ask delegations, representatives of Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, and Kyrgyzstan is here, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. So can you join us? And then representatives of Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Kyrgyzstan is always here at the background on the screen. So Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, can you join? And Kazakhstan, can you join Kyrgyzstan? Ainur, can you just regulate this process, because so time is running. We do not have too much time. Ainur,
Can you hear me? Hello. Regrettably, our Vice Minister was called quite urgently, and as the session is rather long, so she was not able to stay longer. Okay, Sultan Mamadish. So everything is done now. So thank you very much. And we can just pass over to the second session now. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Helena Fraser, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good morning, colleagues. I trust that I can be heard okay. I will proceed accordingly.
Вас слышно, но не видно.
Не знаю, почему не видно.
You are audible but not visible, so I cannot understand why I'm not visible, so it's rather strange.
I have turned on my camera. Can you see me? No.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Пока не видно.
Извиняюсь, почему не видно? Странно, непонятно.
Но иногда бывает с Kudo.
Sometimes it happens with a Kudo platform. So there is a, there are lags. So you have, just to release your mic and camera vent, just to turn it on again. So sometimes it happens with this Kudo platform.
I regret that you cannot see me. My camera is on, but and it worked when we tested it. So I will proceed in any event in order to not delay the time. Colleagues, welcome to session number 2 on regional transport connectivity to build resilient supply chains. The context of our panel is that SPECA participating countries are contracting parties of a number of UN transport-related legal instruments and have also entered bilateral and multilateral transport and transit-related agreements. However, there are still some barriers and gaps to the enhanced integration among participating countries. And of course, as we have heard this morning, the impact of COVID-19 highlights the importance of regional cooperation and coordination to improve transport connectivity. So in today's session, which we have a little bit less time than expected for, we will have a number of presentations, and then two presentations and two statements, followed by another presentation and two more statements, and then an open floor. I will ask all the presenters to try to keep their remarks very much to time, and I will, I'm afraid, interrupt you if you go over time, and we will have to have a shorter question and answer dialogue in view of the time constraints we are under. So our first speaker, covering the topic of regional transport connectivity to build resilient supply chains, is Mr. Wei-Min Ren, who is the director of the Transport Division of ESCAP, prior to which he was Director General at the Department of International Cooperation at the Ministry of Transport in China. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. Over. Could ESCAP colleagues kindly confirm if we are expecting Mr. Ren to speak?
Hi, Mr. Ren should be able to speak, but he may not allow his mic or camera. Maybe.
Okay, colleagues, we have a problem with Mr. Ren, so I suggest we jump to the next speaker, and we will come back to Mr. Ren if he is unable to address his challenges. The next speaker, colleagues, is Mr. Nenad Nikolic, who is the Regional Advisor for the Sustainable Transport Division of UNECE, and he will be speaking on the issue of UNECE activities for better transport connectivity in the SPECA region. The floor is yours, Mr. Nikolic. Mr. Nikolic, are you on the call and can you unmute yourself? Over.
I don't think Mr. Nikolic is on, but we have Mr. Jonan on, the third presenter.
Okay, thank you. So we are radically shortening our presentations, which is good for time management. So I would like to pass the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sherali Jonon, Deputy Secretary General of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, who will deliver some remarks on regional transport connectivity from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's perspective. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you see and hear me? I think it's okay.
Yes, yes, we can see and hear you. Please.
Okay. Dear Miss Helen Fraser, dear participants of the forum, dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of SCO Secretary General, let me welcome all participants in the forum and express my sincere gratitude to organize UNESCAP, UNECE, SPECA, and the government of Kyrgyzstan for organizing this timely forum, which will give us an opportunity to reflect on the current situation in Central Asia during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to explore ways to and means of regional cooperation at this difficult time. The coronavirus pandemic has a significant impact on the entire system of the international relations. The current situation represents a serious challenge, not only for individual countries, but also for interstate institutions. The theme of the forum, regional cooperation in support of social and economic recovery of the pandemic COVID-19, meets today's requirements. In these difficult conditions, the SCO countries have demonstrated a high level of solidarity and mutual support in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic, and the organization itself has established as an effective platform to counter modern challenges and threats to security during this period. During the acute period of the pandemic, the SCO countries provided each other with moral and political support, exchanged epidemiological and organizational experience by provided financial, economic, and food aid to the countries most affected by the virus. Demonstrating the effectiveness of cooperation of the head of state member states at the SCO summit held on November 10th, 2020, adopted a comprehensive plan of joint action to counter threats of epidemic in the region, as well as the statement on the joint counteraction of the new coronavirus infection, COVID-19. Dear participants, the pandemic is not only the health crisis, but also it has profound social and economic impact on societies, changing people's living standards. The SCO countries face growing direct and indirect impact of COVID-19 on the economies. The Central Asia countries, which form the core of our organization, are landlocked, are still in the process of transition and diversified economy, and some of them depend on the import of basic necessities and personal protective equipment, which makes them more vulnerable. At the same time, SCO is a space for united almost half the world's population, and the huge consumer market with rich natural resources, advanced manufacturing facilities, and technology, which provides immense opportunities for joint development. The SCO considers the transport connectivity just plays a major role in realizing the immense economic potential in the region offers. transport sector would also play an important role in the post-COVID-19 economy recovery. In this regard, it's important to note the SCO serves an effective platform for interconnecting national and regional integration initiatives, including the Eurasian Union, One Belt, One Road, economic development strategies of Central Asian countries, the international North-South corridor, etc. This opens up opportunity for formation of a wide transit zone for cargo flows from Asia to Europe and back, as well as for direct access to seaports of landlocked countries. In 2014, SCO member states signed an intergovernmental agreement on creating favorable conditions for international road transport. The ESCAPE Secretariat has provided constructive assistance in the preparation of a draft this document. The agreement provides for unimpeded movement of transport and cargo transportation along 15,000 kilometers high-speed roads. The 6 roads of the agreement open up new opportunities for member countries in the field of trade, economic and transport, logistic cooperation, promote regional connectivity, which is aligned with UN General Assembly Resolution 69/137 and the Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries adopted on December 12, 2014 in Vienna. Another important document is a memorandum between the Customs Service of SCO member states on mutual integration of national transit system is aimed at unifying the principles of the functioning of national system of control over the transit goods, which should be help speed up customs operation in respect of transit goods. At the expert level, work is underway to prepare the draft of SCO framework agreement on establishment of operation and integrated transport management system, the road development program of the organization member states. The adoption of these documents will raise the development of trade relation between regional trade partners within the SCO to qualitatively new level. Following the approval of the draft concept of the cooperation between the SCO Railway Administration of the SCO member states in 2019, the cooperation between SCO member states in this important area of transport has significantly intensified. Under the current condition of the coronavirus pandemic, railway transport proved to be the most resistant to various kinds of restriction. It should be also noted that transport interconnectedness of the countries is of the paramount importance. Unfortunately, this very sector has been seriously affected by restriction of movement of people and goods. The coronavirus infection pandemic presents us with not only obstacles, but also opportunities for development of the land transport in order to expand the volume of mutual trade by combining our efforts in addressing the following issues. First, restriction and delays in the movement and delivery of the goods between countries due to anti-epidemiological measures and requirements encourage us to consider creation of green corridors for transit freight transport, so was a free passage of imports and exports of essential goods, personal protective equipments, medical and pharmaceutical goods, and supplies on the priority basis at the border crossing of the countries of the region, as well as to address the issues of accelerated of medical examination. Second, it is unexpected the stabilization of global supply chains undermines the transport sector's ability to prove timely deliveries of vital medical, food, and essential commodities. Third, the transport sector has an important role to play in controlling the spread of infection, sanitation, and prevention of infection. We believe that in order to solve this problem, it is necessary to further strengthen the coordinated interaction of transport, custom, phytosanitary, and other relevant agencies among the countries of region. A coordinated transport and transit policy, including the introduction of new system of monitoring freight flows, the establishment of information exchange, as well as the common customs and phytosanitary requirements, will contribute to achieving great efficiency in the mutual cooperation in transport. Fourth, there is an urgent need to accelerate the introduction of new technologies in the transport, development of logistic centers for fast delivery of goods to consumers. As for SCO, a program of mutual trade economic cooperation of the SCO member states, which adopted on last year during the head of government meeting summit in Tashkent, provides for support of such supply chains for critical industries, including creation of multimodal transport corridors, development and the implementation of joint transport infrastructure projects, including those that take into account the interests of landlocked countries, expanding of use digital technologies and intelligent system in the transport, optimization of multimodal cargo transportation. Dear colleagues, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization attaches special importance to cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Over the year, a strong partnership has been established between SCO and UN structures, including the ESCAP and Economic Commission for Europe. Since 2008, SCO and ESCAP have been cooperating closely in the number of areas, including transport. As I mentioned earlier, ESCAP's role was significant in the preparation of draft international road transport agreement between SCO member states of 2014. The two organizations cooperate closely in the framework of memorandum. The SCO Secretariat is currently engaged in dialogue with the Economic Commission for Europe on the signing a memorandum of understanding. This, our opinion, will help strengthen cooperation for effective solution of tasks, including in transport and transit. The SCO member states have joined some of the UN conventions in the field of transport and transit overseen by Economic Commission for Europe. Recognizing the importance of cooperation in the transport sector, SCO Secretariat and UNECE organized a high-level event on the meeting of 82nd session of the UNECE Inland Transport Commission in February 2020 in Geneva. I believe that cooperation with these two important UN regional agencies allow us to make the most their respective advantages and achieve synergies in addressing the complex issues of agenda, including the transport. The SCO commends the initiative of the UN Special Program for Economic Central Asia, SPECA, to strengthen sub-regional cooperation in Central Asia and its integration in the world economy. The SCO is ready to contribute to the efforts of UN SPECA, ESCAPE, and the UNECE to mitigate the negative impact of COVID-19 in the economies of SPECA countries. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to note the SCO member states are ready for substantial mutual beneficial cooperation in the field of transport and logistics with both UN structures and parties interested in such cooperation. We are determined to intensify work on the creation of new improvement of our existing transport network in modern condition for sake of our common interest and for benefit of our peoples. I express my gratitude to UNESCAP and the UN Commission for Europe, as well as to the Kyrgyz Republic as chairman of UN Special Program for Economies of Central Asia for organizing the forum and for opportunity to present our vision of regional cooperation to support the efforts of a social economic recovery in the SPECA countries after COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your words. Thank you for your emphasis also on innovation and the importance of looking at innovation for accelerating connectivity, and for your words of support for the UNECE and UN ESCAP. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will thanks. We will now return to our original order of speakers, and I hand the floor to Mr. Wei-Min Ren of ESCAP.
Thank you, Halina. I'm sorry for the technical inconvenience. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. it's my great pleasure to share with you the observation on regional transport connectivity to build resilient supply chains on behalf of ASCAP Secretariat. I thank the government of Kyrgyzstan for hosting this important event. Next slide. So I'd like to start my presentation with sharing with you the outcomes of ASCAP's sixth session of Committee on Transport, which was held on 12 and 13 November last week. The topic of COVID-19 related transport war received wide attention during the session. The committee recognized that COVID-19 pandemic has positioned transport connectivity as an integral part of pandemic response and recovery policies, and of further progress on SDGs. Member states were invited to pay special attention to the railway transport given its resilience demonstrated amid the pandemic. The committee reaffirmed the vital role of regional cooperation and recommended that concrete collaborative initiatives be taken up within ASCAP regional mechanisms. Next slide. The committee also identified and discussed emerging and cross-cutting transport issues with a view to aligning its future work priorities with the overall economic, social, and environmental objectives of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Among various issues and priorities, the committee stressed that enhanced efforts were needed to further advance regional and interregional transport connectivity, especially for countries with special needs. In this context, the committee supported initiatives on further harmonization of technical standards, improvement of legal frameworks, accelerated digitalization, and exchange of best practices. So taking this opportunity, I would like to thank all SPICA participating countries for sending their delegations to this event. Next one. So talking about the impact of COVID-19 on transport connectivity and response policies, I'd like to share with you some of ASCAP's findings and observations. We noticed that our member countries have made great efforts in response to the pandemic. As you can see from the result of a survey conducted by ASCAP, most countries have been trying their best to keep their borders open to the free transport and have taken various measures in road, railway, and maritime sectors, ranging from health, safety, digitalized solution, and cross-border facilitation. However, the response capacity was often undermined by pre-existing issues such as lack of facilitation and digitalization, road-centric freight system, and insufficient coordination in the pandemic response, even at the national level. In the meantime, rapidly changing requirements, lack of clarity, and limited information always resulted in increased cross-border transport time and costs. In addition, ad hoc policies and regulations introduced without consulting with neighboring countries were often in breach of international legal instruments. Next slide. The transport is widely recognized as one of the sectors most affected by the pandemic. According to the estimation by our partners, international road freight transport expects an average 18% decline in terms of turnover in 2020. Moreover, the containment measures will not only reduce the volume of free transport, which will be up to 36% globally, but also increase the cost of trade by 25%. Central Asia is among those most affected sub-regions. As a result, the existing connectivity gap will be further widening if no effective actions are taken. Next slide. So the lessons learned from the pandemic reminds us that transport connectivity in our region needs to be reshaped to build back better. The pandemic further exposed the vulnerabilities of transport connectivity in our region caused by persisting problems and challenges in infrastructure conditions, operational arrangements, technology application, and technical standards, etc. So during the pandemic, while we have seen new restrictions, more stringent controls, and worsened market inefficiencies, we also observed innovative measures introduced by member countries such as green corridors, electronic platforms for transport operations, exemption from or reduced service charge, and emergency response centers for shippers and carriers. Now the question is, can we maintain this positive momentum to make the region's transport connectivity more resilient, smarter, and sustainable? Next one. In an ISCAP survey on recovery policies, the respondents indicated their priorities, which can be summarized as a human-centered approach. Now, emphasize on the role of transport in economic development and cooperation, and forward-looking ideas focusing on resilience, digitalization, and decarbonization. I'd like to bring your particular attention to the fact that the regional cooperation was placed as the most important recovery policy by nearly half of the respondents. It clearly articulates the role of regional cooperation in helping member countries recover from the pandemic crisis. Next one, please. So ISCAP Secretariat was encouraged and believes that making supply chain resilient and efficient requires reshaping our region's transport connectivity, which could be highlighted by a number of keywords. First, digitalized, which implies a more efficient supply chain supported by paperless and contactless logistics services and smart transport infrastructure networks. Second, resilient. In other words, a solid and well-functioning operational regime is needed to ensure a seamless supply chain and trade flow. So last but not least, green and decarbonized, which encourage a shift to and transformation towards more environmentally sustainable and carbon neutral transport services. Next one. So we have seen the hope demonstrated by railway sector during the pandemic. Countries along Trans-Asia Railway Network introduced a series of response measures in various areas: administrative, commercial, technical, and operational. So as a result, the China-Europe Railway Express saw steady growth in 2020. So by early November this month, it has completed a total of more than 10,100 trips of freight trains carrying around 927,000 TEUs, achieving a 54% year-on-year increase. Next one. The pandemic also accelerated the process of digitalization in all areas of people's life. The transport is no exception. So given the strong need from member countries to make the region's transport networks smarter to achieve contactless operation of transport and logistics services, the ISCAP Secretariat will assist its member states in achieving this through its capacity building, analytic work, as well as intergovernmental convening work. So the first capacity building activity in this regard, titled Capacity Building Webinar on Smart Road and Rail Solutions for Transport Connectivity in the COVID-19 context, will be organized by ISCAP Secretariat on 30 November and the 1st December this year. The webinar will review the existing best practices with the potential to enhance smart connectivity along the Asia highway network and the Trans-Asia Railway network. So I sincerely welcome all SPECA in participating countries to participate in this webinar. Next one. So ISCAP has been attaching great importance to support member countries in response to the pandemic and has prioritized restoring supply chain in its COVID-19 response framework. Now, ISCAP Secretariat is striving to leverage its intergovernmental platforms under the guiding principle of building back better. The sixth session of the Committee on Transport is an example of regional cooperation in response to the pandemic. The Secretariat will take follow-up actions as guided by the member states, particularly in the area of intra and inter-regional transport connectivity with a focus on concrete solutions. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you to start wrapping up, please? Ah, good.
Yeah, this is the final one. Finally, ISCAP Secretariat is of the view that to build region's transport connectivity more resilient and efficient, concrete measures need to be taken, including but not limited to coordinated legal and technical operation efforts, better institutional framework for coordinating pandemic response and recovery, higher digitalization and intermodality along transport networks, and stronger coordinated response to maintain the freight flows. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this very rich overview, and particularly the feedback you provided from the member states around the priorities that they perceive in responding to the COVID-19 crisis and learning for the future. Now I hand the floor to Mr. Nenad Nikolic of UNECE for his presentation. Over to you.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Good morning from Geneva. I would like to greet you on behalf of the UNECE Sustainable Transport Division, and I would like to thank Government of Kyrgyzstan for hosting the Socioeconomic Forum here. My today's task is to tell you a little bit on the UNECE activities for better transport connectivity in the SPECA region. Next, please. And you know that for the last 70 years, UNECE assisting member states to improve the connectivity and make transport system more efficient. One of the basic tools for those things are international transport related conventions. And as you can see on the slide here, there are many of them which your countries already exceeded. And I believe in the future, the region will have more sessions this year. Next slide, please. This year was particularly successful in that sense because, as you know, international UN transport-related legal instruments are the key instruments for better and more efficient transport and to improve the connectivity, because in there you have plenty of best practice for best performing countries in the world. So as I said, this year was particularly successful for accession to the conventions in the SPECA countries. We have 9 accessions from 3 countries, and I will just emphasize over there that Turkmenistan exceeded the 6 conventions this year, and I believe that the efficient implementation is the next step in this long road. Next, please. One of the best examples how UN legal instruments could help in this difficult COVID situation is implementation of the e-tier. This process is ongoing, and in the middle of the next year, the system will be fully operational. We are inviting countries to contact UNECE and to ask the assistance how to join to the e-tier international. So far, we got a request for 16 countries and the European Union over there. So this means that more countries here to join to the system and to efficiently implement this connection custom to electronic solution, which means that in the future, the documents will be transferred contactless, paperless, and seamless in the global setup. So all 76 countries potentially could use the system and introduce all benefits of this kind of doing the business, which means first of all less time spent, less exposure of the drivers to the potential pandemic, and many other benefits. Next, please. Apart from the legal instruments, it is really important to mention that there are also several other airlines and several other pillars of the cooperation where UNECE contributed a lot for better connectivity in the region. One is the Eurasian Transport Links project, which lasts for more than a decade. And this time, after the finalization of the phase 3 report, member countries are discussing how to operationalize Eurasian transport links. This is now the latest initiative from the UNECE together with the member states to establish a dedicated corridor and to establish a corridor management groups, which are going to tackle all necessary prerequisites for efficient transport through one transport corridors, either rail or road, and to help for development of the better transport infrastructure, for border crossing facilitation, for harmonization of the terms and conditions on one corridor. This discussion is ongoing, and I believe the operationalization will take part during the next year. Next, please. It is of my really pleasure to emphasize the importance of the SPECA cooperation in this part to improve the connectivity, because SPECA project working group on sustainable transport, transit and connectivity is almost 20 years active. So it's like this year we had a 25th session where we discussed on the regional connectivity, when we discussed how to improve the conditions for the international transport and what we did over there to respond to the COVID-19 pandemics. I think really good debate among the countries, 2 days of the meeting where we exchanged the positions, we shared the possible tools for the improvement of the system, and we also tackled the issue of the road safety, which is very important in the region. And Now I think although the pandemic over there lower up the figures, a lot of things could be done into the future to improve the situation. In the framework of the SPECA working group, we also prepared the United Nations Transport-related legal instruments, an efficient tool to improve transport corridors in SPECA region report, which over there analyzes the situation of implementation of the conventions in all SPECA countries. And I believe it's a very useful reading for transport practitioners and also for the decision makers, because over there several recommendations were given here how SPECA cooperation could really help, in the future, to, first of all, for your countries to be better connected, and then how to be better connected with the world. This report really gave us a lot of information and a lot of inputs here for the future SPECA transport connectivity strategy, which we discussed over there on the working group. And I believe during the next year, we will work on that, and the next economic forum will be able to present the main findings of the transport connectivity strategy. Next, please. Last but not the least, although connectivity is our daily job, and we are working on that for, as I said, more than 70 years. Yeah, this year is very special because of the pandemics, and we faced a lot of obstacles. We faced a lot of closures of the border, a lot of restrictions in all modes of inland transport. So UNECE did a lot of things over there to help countries really to overcome somehow those restrictions, and together with the other regional commissions and other UN bodies and international institutions, we really have several activities, and I will emphasize just a few of them. First one is Observatory on Border Crossing Status due to COVID-19, cooperation, UNECE-led cooperation with the regional commissions, many UN institutions, IRU on board, and over there at the very beginning we launched a website where all users could find an information, are there some restrictions imposed, and how to whom to address over there if they want to cross the border to another country. I think it was very useful for the whole years, and we had a lot of feedbacks that this was really a positive first-hand response. Now we Transport and Trade Connectivity Project will be, let me say, more complex thing which will last for more years, but it will help countries really to establish several instruments for border crossing facilitation, and I believe all regional commissions are included together with the UNCTAD. Again, several actions ongoing really to appeal to the decision makers, to open the borders, especially for the most important goods like food and education. And I will emphasize at the end very important regional gathering, which is really for the SPECA region. This was a regional dialogue on strengthening transport connectivity in the SPECA region and beyond, which was held at the end of September. And we had 9 ministers, and we had like more than 90 participants over there who worked over there on discuss how to really do something over there concretely. Conclusions, at least from UNECE perspective, are a very good list of the activities which should be done. Some of them are really, short-term measures like exchange of information, what's going on, and what are the border waiting times on the border crossings. To something which is a little bit more long-lasting, like discussing the harmonization of the conditions on the infrastructure, discuss how to simplify the procedures for the border crossing and exchange of the information, support of the SPECA project working group, and just a call for all the countries really to be prudent when they are imposing the restrictions here, and to leave foods, ICT equipment, and the medications to freely pass the border, because in this time this is really of the crucial importance. Again, the regional dialogue showed one thing which is very important for UN system, because the entire regional commissions, together with the resident coordinators in the countries cooperated together with the member states in how to immediately respond to the pandemics and challenges. And I believe this will be a very good modality for the future cooperation for topics as are the implementation of those conclusions here. Next, please. I believe that was the end of my presentation. So once again, I would like to thank you for the possibility to present the UNECE activities and wish you a successful work today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikolic, and thank you for the useful overview as well as the emphasis on the importance of regional coordination, information sharing, and accession to critical legal documents. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure now to hand the floor to the next speaker, which is Mr. Serik Bashimov, who is the Director of the Department of Transit and Transport Logistics Development at the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructural Development of Kazakhstan. And Mr. Bashimov is also the chair of the SPECA thematic working group on sustainable transit and transport connectivity. So, Mr. Bashimov, the floor is yours to make a statement on Kazakhstan's transport and transit potential. If I can ask you to also keep to the time, we would be very grateful. Thank you. Do we have Mr. Bashimov able to speak and take the floor? Kazakhstan? Okay, I think we will move to the next speaker and revert to Mr. Bashimov if he comes back online. So the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is from the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Quanchen Huang, who is the Senior Transport Specialist, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of the ADB. He will be speaking on CAREC transport sector strategies and actions. Mr. Huang, the floor is yours. Please try to keep to the assigned time slot. Over.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Can I have my slide, please? Thank you. Well, first of all, thank UNESCAP, UNECE, and the hosting country, Kyrgyzstan, for inviting ADB to attend this impactful event. It is my great honor to share ADB's experience about multimodal transport connectivity for greater sustainability and resilience. Next, please. Global flight has been seriously affected by COVID-19. For the figure on the left, if you can see, interurban freight, the second column, is much more impacted than urban freight, the first column. In particular, according to ITF's report, it's a 53% reduction of interurban freight activity for Central Asia. For air cargo on the right, which carry more than 35% of global trade by value, we have seen serious capacity shortage and surging rates. This is mainly due to the fact that the belly cargo space of passenger flights contribute about 50% of the global air cargo capacity. Unfortunately, most international passenger flights has not resumed yet. Next, please. The share of GDP and the direct employment of the transport sector is 9% and 8% respectively for ADB's developing member countries. That's how to recover transport sector in the post-COVID-19 era is crucial. In particular, transport is an enabler for other sectors. Next, please. So what's the new normal? We have seen the struggle of maintaining social distancing for public transport and aviation. We also have seen booming home delivery based on innovative model and ICT technologies. In addition, the implementation of Greenland concept has given us a wonderful example to address the concern of supply chain interruption. Next, please. You might have seen a similar illustration of 3 phases like this one. I believe the most of us has passed phase 1, which we respond to the outbreak by very restrictive measures, such as massive lockdowns. In phase 2, we keep evaluating and revising the strategy to achieve a good balance between disease control and economic recovery, hopefully without falling back to stage 2. The overall picture of phase 3, the new normal, is probably not very clear at this moment. However, the recent breakthrough of vaccine development is certainly a critical factor. Nonetheless, we have to keep in mind that challenging cold chain logistics will be a big obstacle for vaccine distribution. So in the following slides, I will share with you 5 key aspects about greater sustainability and the resilience of the supply chains. Before the pandemic, ADB has been working on them, but I think they will be even more important in the post-COVID-19 era. Next, please. Number 1, multimodal connectivity. Rail is cheaper in terms of unit transportation cost and a lot more environment friendly. Railway has been highlighted as one of the strategic pillars of CARAC Transport Strategy 2030, which was published in January this year. In the framework of CARAC Railway Strategy, the priority include develop effective rail infrastructure, develop robust commercial capabilities, and improve legal and regulatory frameworks. Next, please. Number 2, integrated logistic infrastructure. Due to the lack of door-to-door accessibility for the mode of railways, as well as shipping and aviation, integrated logistic infrastructures are crucial for seamless flow of goods. Based on an ADB recent study, a framework of effective multimodal logistic facilities includes smooth mode transfer, one-stop shopping of various logistic services, freight consolidation. Well, this is particularly important for small and medium enterprise to enjoy a lower unit cost, and then value-adding activities and the technology applications. Next, please. Number 3, private sector participation. Private companies has been very active in the sector of logistics, and I believe most logistic projects can benefit from private sector participation. As an example over here, an ADB's technical assistance program supported a pre-feasibility study for a potential PPP project of the Phnom Penh Logistic Complex, which is close to the airport, Phnom Penh Port on Mekong River, and connecting the deep sea port by a rail link. This is also a wonderful illustration to show you the position and location of integrated logistic infrastructure. Next, please. Number 4, border crossing facilitation. Cross-border transport and the logistic facilitation is another strategic pillar in CARAC Transport Strategy 2030. The issue also has been highlighted in the Ashgabat initiative adopted by SPECA country last year. CARAC, based on the result of CPMM, Corridor Performance Measurement and Monitoring, CAREX project has improved the road and the rail infrastructure, which contribute to increase the travel speed. But the gains are lost due to slower border crossing, regional cooperation, and the institutional reform, as well as ICT technology, are both very important for cross-border logistics, especially under the impact of COVID-19. Next, please. Number 5, systematic approach. ADB is currently conducting a technical assistance program to implement a strategic transport planning model, which covers multiple subregions, CAREC, GMS, SACSECT, and the multiple mode, road, rail, maritime, and inland waterways. It can simulate the flows in the networks based on the input of infrastructure and some socioeconomic parameters. With a systematic overview, the model can be used to identify infrastructure gaps and to prioritize transport infrastructure projects, creating the various investment strategy and the scenarios, and then assess environmental impact accordingly. Next, please. Well, thank you for your attention. ADB is looking forward to further collaborating with all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that really useful overview, and also for introducing an emphasis on engaging between public sector and private sector to tackle and address the challenges of connectivity, as well as dipping into the impressive analytical capacity of ADB for looking at bottlenecks. Very much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker in our session today is Mr. Ibrahim Ali Shukri, head of the Islamic Development Bank Mission Regional Hub in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Previously, he was head director of investment and financing at the Islamic Corporation for Development of the Private Sector, and he will be making a statement now in connection to our panel. Let me hand the floor to Mr. Shukri. Over to you.
Thank you, Halima. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you. I'm sorry for the technical issue with my camera, so I will just use audio. Thank you, and thanks for the Kyrgyzstan for hosting this important event. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, really appreciate this event. It will provide an excellent opportunity to discuss our joint effort, projects and programs for Central Asia region, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic impact on all our countries. According to IMF October 2020 report, the countries in the region will hardly recover in the post-pandemic period, as the states have already exhausted most of their internal resources to overcome the pandemic crisis. They are yet to consolidate the power to withstand the imminent second wave, which has already spurred its statistics up in most countries in the world. Tackling this multi-faceted crisis requires joint and comprehensive action, coordination, solidarity, and sharing best practices. As we move forward to the post-COVID-19, there must be a consolidated effort on the country's economy's recovery, restoration of their traditional ties and regional cooperation, and resuming functioning international transport corridors. The Islamic Development Bank responded to the crisis with a strategic preparedness and response program for $2.3 billion. The program is designed to support member countries through a holistic three-track approach: response, restore, and restart. The program will address the member countries' short, medium, and long-term needs. In brief, the response track provides immediate and fast dispersing assistance to mitigate the adverse impact of the pandemic. It addresses the emergency needs of the member countries in terms of health and food security, as well as medium-term measures to build preparedness for future epidemics by strengthening the health system. The Islamic Development Bank Group private sector entities widely support the response track through financing, trade facilitation, and insurance. The restored track addressed medium-term actions to strengthen the health and economic systems to overcome the stalling of economic activities in the member countries. It envisages financing for SMEs and trade to sustain activity in core strategic value chains to ensure continuity of the necessary supplies mainly to the health and food sectors and for other essential commodities. The restored track supports long-term actions to kickstart the economy on a solid and resilient foundation and catalyzes private investment. Its focus is on economic resurgence by assisting the member countries to kickstart the economy towards the sustainable growth path. Under this track, in parallel to response and restore track activities, project preparation will be launched for large-scale infrastructure projects identified as essential for enhancing the global value chains in the country. This track will deliver long-term actions to build resilient economies on solid foundations. As of today, the program of the bank assisted over 31 member countries, including countries in the region. In parallel, the Islamic Development Bank Group is in consultation with its member countries to identify a pipeline for nationally important projects that would lead the countries out of this crisis. At this stage, the bank program approach will focus on the group engagement with the countries by combining the twin purpose of using the global value chain approach in country strategy formulation and bringing in a regional cooperation and market integration perspective. This will ensure cooperation at the national, regional, and integration level toward achieving sustainable development goals. The ISDB group pays special attention to the Central Asia region, considering there is no seaport access, compounded by cumbersome transit and border procedures, and inadequate transport infrastructure. The countries in the region face high trade costs that remain a major obstacle for their integration into the global economy and their overall development. In addition to the above barriers, there is limited information about the market potentials, product complementaries, and regulations governing trade and investment that constrain the member states' economic partnership. Cognizant of these challenges, the ISDB Group has adopted a special program for the Central Asia region in 2016 with a financial envelope of $6 billion to support increasing intra-regional and international trade, to increase agriculture and industry production, to enhance regional energy security, and an expanded regional transport network. The ISDB program will complement the ongoing regional cooperation efforts of the development partners, with particular focus on the productive sectors of the economy and the region's further integration into global value chains. Development of the regional transport infrastructure is one of the cornerstones of the above program, where the ISDB have already powered its financing into the regional transport corridors in the region. The Islamic Development Bank will continue holding consultation with the concerned governments in the region to identify the regional projects to promote physical connectivity and cross-border cooperation. The ISDB will also mobilize resources and cooperate with other MDBs that pursue a similar agenda of the region. I'm honored to inform you that the ISDB has already established financing partnership facilities with CARIC platform and the Economic Cooperation Organization, and also enter into a co-financing agreement with the Asian Development Bank, which is playing a leading role in promoting regional cooperation and integration among our common member countries in Central Asia region and in the region. We are proud to note that ISDB and ADB jointly completed major infrastructure projects in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and other common member countries beyond the Central Asia region. Also, ISDB has a long and successful long-term partnership with the coordination group members represented by the Saudi Fund for Development, the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab, the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, OPEC Fund for International Development, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, and Qatar Fund for Development. The bank managed to mobilize $2.75 billion to finance the strategic sectors in Central Asia, out of which $800 million was allocated to the development of regional transport infrastructure projects in May 2020. The ISDB and the members of the coordination group issued a communique which announced the allocation of $10 billion to developed countries to support their efforts to recover from the recession caused by the corona pandemic and its repercussions in the ISDB member countries, including the region. At the end, let me reiterate the ISDB Group's desire to continue its support to its member countries and strengthening their economic development in the region in close cooperation and coordination with our partners and the countries in the region. The Bank Group will continue developing its financial support to its member countries to promote regional cooperation. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for hosting this important event, which will certainly benefit the countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shukri, for outlining Islamic Development Bank's important cooperation on transport and connectivity solutions in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now go back to the statement from Mr. Sarik Bashimov, who I understand is now been able to join the meeting. Mr. Bashimov, the floor is yours. Mr. Bashimov, are you still on the line? Or can ESCAP colleagues confirm if Mr. Bashimov is still on the line?
Mr. Bashimov, can you request to speak, please? I think we will need to come back to Mr. Bashimov again, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we, as far as I see, we have one final speaker, Mr. Ahmad Safari, Director of Transport and Communications with the Economic Cooperation Organization. Mr. Safari, are you on the line? Yes, I see you switching on your camera and the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning to everybody. Could you hear me, Helena? Okay. So here in Tehran, it is morning, so I may say good morning, but maybe in some of the countries it is afternoon. So I will say good morning and good afternoon to everybody and participants. This is Safari, the Director for Transport and Communication of the ECO Secretariat. I have the honor to address this August Hall. This morning, our Deputy Secretary General had addressed to the meeting, so I'm not going to take more time for introducing the organization itself, and I'm going to concentrate on the activities which we have done during this pandemic. Then I have to start with my statement, with your permission. It is indeed a pleasure and honor for me to address such an important meeting, for which I have to thank ESCAP and the government of Kyrgyz Republic as the chair of SPECA. As you all know, Eco Transit Transport Framework Agreement, called TTFA, is a solid legal foundation of our everyday activities in the area of transport and communication. It helps to facilitate the smooth movement of goods and passengers across the ECO region. One of the strategic TTFA goals is to provide the 7 landlocked member countries, which all are SPECA countries, with access to international waters. So the issues relating to railway and road connectivity have always been high on the agenda of the ECO. We have initiated a number of transport corridors developing projects. These have so been designed as bringing greater economic, social, and connectivity to the people of the region. Today, the COVID-19 situation has become everyone's business everywhere, and the ecoregion is no exception. Since the outbreak of the virus almost a year ago, the Eco Secretariat has provided the member states with a guideline for practical steps in countering the effects of the pandemic. The guidelines describes the immediate and near-term measures to curb the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak within the region and to secure freight supply chains and mobility of goods in this time of uncertainty. The member states have been advised on measures allowing unhindered passage for road trucks, as any ban on freight transport and vehicles could result in unnecessary delays and interruptions of supply chains. In this tough period of time, we have also boosted our corridor development approach with the help of our international partners. Our Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran, we call it KTI, and Islamabad, Tehran, Istanbul, which is ITI, railway corridors, seek to enhance connectivity within the region. With the technical assistance of UNECE and financial support of ISDB, we are about to finalize a study project for commercialization of KTI railway corridor, leading to establish a corridor management mechanism. As a result of collective efforts, the KTI corridor, when commercialized, will transform and forge an even better future for the people of the region. On Islamabad, Tehran, Istanbul container train, the sides have discussed the requirements for the early operationalizing and have agreed on January 2021 as the date the train will resume its regular operations, which is a good news for our member states as well. On road corridors, very recently the organization, the ECO organization, with the partnership of the International Road Union, has finalized the report for the field studies of the KTI and ITI road corridors. These documents serve as a means to facilitate the realization of transit transport potential of the region. I have the honor to inform this August gathering that in the midst of the pandemic, we managed to conduct a successful test run of loaded trucks under tier, included 7 trucks carrying cargo worth more than $85,000 along the KTI road corridor in July 2020, starting from Bandar Abbas in Iran, passing through Afghanistan and Tajikistan, and reached the destination, which was the city of Osh in Kyrgyz Republic. And based on the learned lessons, the Eco Secretariat is about to negotiate further with IRU and UNECE for further cooperation for enhancing ETIR transit operations in eco-region to facilitate passing the border crossing points with no physical contact. Today we have been here to the presentation of the UNECE representative, which were emphasizing on using this instrument, TIR and ETIR, in this period of time, just to reduce the physical contacts at the border crossing points, which is one of the substantial issues to be considered for curbing the effects of COVID-19. In conclusion, dear participants, the developments of the past months have shown that we are living in a new situation. The states have been forced to implement exceptional measures to curb the spread of the virus and protect their respective economies from the impact of the outbreak. The impact of the pandemic will be with us for a long time to come. Therefore, states need to enhance cooperation based on science, solutions, and solidarity. And in this regard, Eco Secretariat is ready to join hands with the international partners, including UNESCAP and UNECE, and through CAREC with ADB to overcome the negative effects of this pandemic. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed for highlighting the priorities from the Economic Cooperation Organization perspective, and also highlighting the progress you're making on the ETIR work, which is very, very impressive and relevant to the discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that brings us to the end of our scheduled panelists. Therefore, I'm going to open the floor. We have one speaker currently registered to speak, but if you would like to join the speaking list, which will have to be only 1 or 2 additional because of the time constraints we are under, please do add yourselves to the list via the tools in the software. So the speaker I have now is the permanent mission of China to ESCAP. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me, Mother? Yes, thank you. It is my pleasure to attend the SPEC Economic Forum. I'm speaking on behalf of the permanent representative, permanent mission of China to UNESCAP. China and Central Asia countries are friendly neighbors with active cooperation and to see common development and common prosperity. Transportation connectivity bring us such opportunity. In 2013, His Excellency President Xi Jinping of People's Republic of China announced the initiative of Belt and Road in Kazakhstan for the first time. Since then, China and Central Asia countries has kept working together to build the BRI. The connectivity brought by BRI has given China and the Central Asian countries tremendous development opportunities. From 2001 to 2019, the trade volume between China and the 5 Central Asian countries had increased nearly 30 times from $1.5 billion to $46 billion. As present, China is moving towards the new development. In the 5th plenary section of the 19th Central Committee of the CPC, which was concluded not long ago, the long-term goal of basically realizing socialist modernization by 2035 has been put forward. Major economic and social development goals for the 14th 5-year plan were also laid down. China is now fostering a new development paradigm with the domestic circulation at the mainstay and domestic and international circulation reinforcing each other, which will bring bright development perspective. China has a population of 1.4 billion and a middle income group that exceeds 400 million. It's estimated that the volume of calculative imported goods of China will exceed $22 trillion in the next 10 years. China's stable supply chain and industrial chain will continue to provide Central Asia countries with a large market for exploring business opportunities after the pandemic. Central Asia has an important political and economic role on the international stage. It serves the common and fundamental interests of both China and countries in the region to have Central Asia that enjoys development, stability, and prosperity. China will work closely with Central Asia countries to continue to enhance the cooperation of transport connectivity with focus on land, maritime, air, and cyberspace connectivity. I think with our joint effort, we will push forward implementation of the UN 2030 agenda for sustainable development and building back better with a more resilient and strong economy. I thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed for joining the discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 additional speakers, and I will close the list after that because of our time constraints. I would ask the speakers to be very succinct. The floor goes to Kanan Mamishov from Azerbaijan. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, dear organizers and dear participants, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum as well as other speakers for a very interesting event. We live in very challenging and at the same time interesting time, I would like to say. And I believe it's a good moment to revisit the economic relations and at the same and among the regional countries to find the common activity directions. I would like to mention that the historical Silk Road became the less important in the last couple of centuries as a result of change of global economic geography. But right now it is changing now. So we currently face the emergence of the new Silk Road, Belt and Road Initiative proclaimed by the President of China in 2013, and it is of historic importance in terms of global scale and economic reach. So in the last decades, Azerbaijan has heavily invested in connecting the East and the West. I will mention only a few projects that are of importance. So we have constructed and launched the railroad connecting Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey, the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars Railroad. And this complex and strategic project is a milestone in improving connection between China and the Europe, passing through the Caucasus region. There was more than double growth in number of containers on BTK, the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars, in 2020 compared to the last year. And this reflects the strong potential in times of very strong pandemic crisis. So Azerbaijan has recently built a modern seaport on the Caspian Sea called Alat Seaport. And this important port on the Caspian Sea is already improving the Caspian Sea transit by providing more modern and speedy services to transport companies and cargo owners. We continue to work on both bringing in new volumes of cargo and developing value-added services and production in the port zone. Alat possesses the best connectivity in the Caspian region via the rail, highway, and port. The international airport is less than 100 kilometers away, and the port is located in the area with developed industrial and warehousing infrastructure. We have built a network of modern airports with international statuses, and I would like to say that Baku Airport is increasing its geography. I'm sorry. So we have built a number of international airports with international statuses, and Baku Airport is increasing its geography in respect of cargo freight. The amount of cargo increased by more than 40% even in the COVID pandemic times. We also invest in construction of additional ro-ro ships to connect Azerbaijan and Central Asia. The new ships will come to Caspian in late this year or at the beginning of the next year. Azerbaijan has built a modern shipbuilding yard called Baku Shipyard and produce high quality of ships for the Caspian Sea. The above listed projects, only of the projects Azerbaijan is implementing in order to contribute to the regional trade and transit. But on par with the physical infrastructure, our country is working also hard on the setting up efficient soft infrastructure, so that we are active members in a number of initiatives. For example, the TRASECA, devoted to connecting Europe and Asia through the Caucasus and Central Asia. We also participate in Lapis Lazuli, a corridor that links the Afghanistan to the Europe through our territory as well. And also the Black Sea, Caspian Sea corridor. And one more corridor is Trans-Caspian International Transport Route. And also we are on the North and South corridor. And other initiatives are also important for us as they cumulatively improve our outreach and competitiveness. So even in times of global decline of the first half of 2020, we managed to secure a double-digit percent growth. It's around 11% in our transit of non-oil products, but the general growth was 5% by all means of transport, including substantial growth in the east-west direction. The reason for this is that Azerbaijan was very committed to non-interruption of transit for our regional partners. We believe it is very important to be a good neighbor because we have organized the COVID testing for the drivers, and initially even at our cost. We are testing for drivers at the borders and reloading sites, accompanied express transit through our territory for third-party trucks, with hot food and transit stations for rest and etc.
Mr. Mamishov, can I ask you to wrap up, please? Thank you.
Sorry?
Can I ask you to kindly wrap up, please?
Okay. So I would like to say that apart from the benefiting from our friendly transport regime and new infrastructure, we suggest that world business will consider Azerbaijan as a reliable regional hub, a place with the best infrastructure in the region and substantial by regional standards, of course, population and the largest in the Caucasus and Caspian region. The new times require review of the international value chains and transport schemes. We will support the effort of international companies who want to settle in our country to serve both immediate region and wider geography, be it a special economic zone region or investment incentives package. Azerbaijan at the moment possesses sufficient number of regulatory tools to efficiently accommodate world investors. Dear organizers, speakers and participants, I would like to thank you for your kind attention and wish you all the best in your works and businesses, as well as successful and fruitful forum for the benefit of all related nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamishov, for your statement. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have now exhausted the list of speakers, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Chebelu from the Permanent International Secretariat of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, who kindly put his speech in the chat box in order to save our time. Thank you very much for your comments and your expression of support. Much appreciated. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been a very rich and informative panel. We have had a mix of lessons learned, shared with us about how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted transport and connectivity, and what important lessons have been learned for the effort to build back better, to incorporate digital solutions, resilience and greener policies into future sub-regional and regional cooperation in the field of transport and connectivity. We've also heard about the impact of legal instruments and UN conventions, and how these can also play a part in the effort to ensure sustainable, efficient, and resilient transport networks. And of course, most importantly, we've heard from governments themselves how the impact of the pandemic has fast-tracked new solutions, new cooperation, new dialogue, and how we can build on this to further strengthen the facilitation of trade through enhanced transport connectivity, and to facilitate resilient supply chains for our region. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sharing these rich experiences. And once again, thank you to our host, the government of Kyrgyzstan, and also to the colleagues from UNESCAP and UNECE for the organization of this section of the SPECA Economic Forum. Thank you very much and best wishes.
Спасибо, госпожа Фрейзер. Хотелось отметить ваш...
Madam Fraser, I would like to just highlight your high professionalism in being a moderator. You just made a very good conclusion, and I think your session is really a framework for regional development, and the regional issues that were discussed are topical and of high prospect and rather promising. And I think that all these recommendations and opinions will be incorporated into the conclusions of our event. Thank you very much once again. I would like to tell all the participants that we just finalized our second session, actually all in time, thanks to the professionalism of Madam Fraser. I would like you, distinguished colleagues, to be back by 2 sharp, so that we would start our session 3. As you know, session 3 in facilitation of trade and the paperless trade on transboundary trade facilitation, paperless trade for inclusive and efficient recovery. So we are just expecting you to be back by 2 p.m. sharp by Bishkek time. Thank you.